Chapter 917. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 917. Kill, kill, kill. As that blood-red lotus fully bloomed, Sichu Yaoshi felt an invisible energy field overwhelm the skies and fall over the world. This force field was desolate, bleak, and carrying with it the aura of the great Tao laws, making one unable to defy it and have no choice but to prostrate themselves to the floor in awe and worship. Covered in this energy field, she felt the last dregs of power leave her body. Her true essence collapsed and dispersed away, and she lacked even the strength to grab a chicken. It was like she had turned back into a common mortal. Let alone attack Lin Ming, she didn't even have the ability to run away. How could this happen? Sichu Yaoshi said in panic. She was completely flustered. A martial artist was used to relying on their own strength. If they lost all of their strength and turned back into a mortal, then how could they not be panicked? Lin Ming didn't even bother to glance at Sichu Yaoshi. He grabbed Sichu Yangan like a chicken and lifted him off the ground. What are you doing? Sichu Yangan pedaled his legs in the air. Lin Ming's hands were like a pincer, inescapable. Lin Ming grinned devilishly, ignoring all of Sichu Yangan's miserable howls. Didn't you say you knew many obscenity path cultivation methods to suck up her primordial yin? He, I will make it so that you'll never be able to use these techniques again. What are you planning to do? Sichu Yangan thought that Lin Ming's cold smile was like an inhuman devil's. He shouted out even louder, trying his hardest to revolve his true essence, but no matter what he did, it was useless. Lin Ming ignored Sichu Yangan's struggling. He lifted him higher, positioned himself between Sichu Yangan's legs and then shot his knee upward. Splat! With the sound of a cracking egg, Sichu Yangan let out a pitiful scream like a pig that was being butchered. Sticky blood dripped downwards. He felt a horrifying pain between his legs that made him wish he was dead. Lin Ming's knee strike had destroyed his functions as a man. Martial artists' capacity to withstand pain was extremely high. They could clench their teeth and break an arm or break a leg. They could even use heavenly materials to make up for their losses. But sexual organs were different. That was also where the dignity of a man was located. The psychological trauma of losing this part was even worse than physical pain. I was castrated. I, Sichu Yangan, have resolved myself to become a divine C powerhouse level extreme talent, and now I've been castrated by another. Sichu Yangan's pupils lost their focus. His lips trembled as he muttered to himself again and again. At this moment, his entire world had become dark and dreary. Lin Ming sneered. Then, with a hard tug of his arm, there was a shockingly grotesque ka sound as both of Sichu Yangan's hands were ripped off by Lin Ming. Lin Ming crushed Sichu Yangan's palms in his hands, even pulling out his bloody tendons. Sichu Yangan squealed like a pig. His entire body shook. This was a fate worse than death. Like this, Lin Ming had crippled a fifth-stage life-destruction extreme genius. Without weapon, without martial skills, and without even true essence, he relied on only his physical strength to waste away Sichu Yangan. This was a truly ridiculous level of strength. Lin Ming tossed away Sichu Yangan like a dead dog and then turned towards Sichu Yaoshi and Sichu Mayu, his face filled with a fierce wrath. At this time, both of Sichu Yaoshi's legs were trembling, and Sichu Mayu was frightened to the point of curling up on herself. Her chest was violently heaving up and down and her beautiful face was as white as paper. She painfully said, "No, don't." As Sichu Mayu saw Lin Ming walk towards her, her legs gave way and she slumped to the ground. Her strength had vanished from her body and there was nowhere for her to retreat to. She was the same as Sichu Yaoshi. Underneath the effects of this strange force field, all of the true essence within her body had become stagnant. If it weren't for Lin Ming deliberately not killing them, they would have been turned to ashes long ago. Weren't you about to tear off her clothes and hack her to thousands of pieces? Lin Ming first moved towards Sichu Mayu. I wouldn't dare, Sichu Mayu cried out. She had her own pride, but that was built over a foundation of absolute strength. And now that she was shrouded in the force field and had lost all of her strength, she was no different from a mortal. If she couldn't do anything, just where would her pride come from? Outside of the array, Lan Yunyu watched blankly as all of this happened. She had no idea what was going on within the array formation. Those three people were obviously extremely powerful characters that could overturn the heavens, but how come they had turned into common people in front of Lin Ming? They didn't even have the strength to resist him and were letting him mess with them as he wished. Don't kill me, no, please, I'll do anything you want, I'll even be your slave, please don't kill me. Sichu Meiyue's heart of martial arts was originally shakier than Sichu Yaoyue's and Sichu Luosha's. With the threat of death hanging over her head, she was completely cowed. Slave. Humph, I have no need for you. Let me show you what it means to reap what you sow. Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his hands and tore off Sichu Meiyue's clothes. Then he slammed his palm at her chest. Pulse-cutting palm. Peng. A violent true essence rampaged into Sichu Meiyue's body where it recklessly destroyed everything in its path. All of her meridians shattered and she vomited out a mouthful of blood. Her true essence was broken up by Lin Ming and even her dantian ruptured, with origin energy rapidly dissipating from her. Lin Ming's palm had completely wasted away all of Sichu Meiyue's remarkable abilities. Sichu Meiyu certainly knew just what had happened. Her lips shivered, her expression like a dying light. As a proud daughter of heaven, she was used to being haughty and standing above all others. To suddenly fall from the position she had in the clouds, the pain in her heart could be imagined. Lin Ming grabbed Sichu Meiyu and tossed her out of the spectral blood skylock array, right at Lan Yunyue's feet. He had already become one with the spectral blood skylock array and he could open it however and whenever he wanted. I won't kill you, I will let you keep your life. I've abandoned all of your abilities but you've still crossed 6 stages of life destruction. Although your supernatural powers are shattered, your mortal body was still tempered after all and you'll have at least another 1,000 years of life. From this point onwards, you are her servant. You will act as her dog and bag and never violate a single order she gives. If you serve her diligently then perhaps I might restore some of your strength. Otherwise I will slowly hack you apart and make you wish I had killed you instead. Lin Ming had originally wanted to do to Sichu Meiyu what she had been planning to do to Lan Yunyu. He would rip off her clothes and then slowly cut her apart. But as he began, he felt a tinge of disgust and loathing and thus chose a second punishment method instead. I'll be a slave or servant, Sichu Meiyue's lips shivered. For the proud and haughty her to serve a mortal for the rest of her life, that was even worse than killing her. Lin Ming, you beast, I won't let you go even when I'm a ghost. Sichu Yaoshi's body trembled with anger and also with fear. In front of Lin Ming, she had no strength to resist him. Next is you. Lin Ming slowly arrived in front of Sichu Yaoshi, a fiendish grin hanging on his lips. But at this time, the sound of bustling footsteps came from the other side of the door. Lin Ming turned to see several martial artists burst into the room. Most of them were juniors from the Azura Divine Kingdom, and there was even elder son, whom Lin Ming had planted a tracing mark in. What happened here? As the others outside heard the pained screams coming from inside the front hall, they used their perception to investigate. However, their perception was blocked off from this area by some unknown force. By the time these people rushed over, they just happened to see this pitiful scene in front of them. Lin Lanjian. Elder son immediately recognized Lin Ming. However, he was still accustomed to calling Lin Ming by his fake name. This was because the name Lin Lanjian was his eternal nightmare. Hey, you've all made it here. Since you've come, don't plan on leaving. A cruel smile appeared on Lin Ming's face. Chapter 918, 10 Steps to Kill One Person. Chapter 918, 10 Steps to Kill One Person. Lin Ming had completely fallen into a violent rage. All of these people had entered the Lin family, taken them hostage, humiliated the elderly, the women, and the children, and they even sliced off the fingers of Lan Yunyu and the Lin family juniors. All of them deserved nothing but death. As Sichu Yaoshi saw Lin Ming's thick killing intent overflow into the world, a rising horror emerged from within her. Yang Yun had given the mission of capturing or killing Lin Ming to her and Sichu Bonan. After she experienced just how magnificent Yang Yun's array formation and methods were, she thought that Lin Ming would be instantly doomed the moment he took one step in here. In order to inherit a portion of Lin Ming's destiny after killing him, She had gathered as many outstanding talented juniors of the Azura Divine Kingdom as she could, so that they could gain some advantages when Lin Ming died. Thus, most of the people that had rushed in here were the direct descendant juniors of the Azura Divine Kingdom. All of them were related to the future of the Azura Divine Kingdom. As Sichu Yaoshi saw them all rush into this god of death, Lin Ming, she began to panic. She wanted to warn all these people to run away, but just as was about to do so, she thought of Elder Sunday. Elder Sun was not a part of her Azura Divine Kingdom. She naturally didn't want him to leave here alive. If this old fellow could stay and buy some time for them, then perhaps she could be saved. Sichu Yaoshi just thought of this idea. She was about to use a true essence sound transmission to order all of the Azura Divine Kingdom juniors to quickly flee, but it was already too late. Lin Ming's domination over the spectral blood skylock array far surpassed Sichu Yaoshi's imagination. In just the blink of an eye, the spectral blood skylock array expanded several more 100 feet, rapidly covering everyone within it. Lin Ming reached out his hands and directly snatched Lan Yunyu into the extreme violet ring. Then, he coldly looked at everyone remaining as a thick murderous tone dripped from his voice. All of you have stepped on the road to death. Lin Lanjian, just who do you think you are? Do you really think that with your 4th stage life destruction cultivation you can do as you wish in this world? You think that you can summon clouds and rain if you want? Elder Sun was panic-stricken for a brief moment before quickly reacting. As the bait to attract Lin Ming here, Yang Yun had already given him a card to maintain his own life. Howling Heaven Mythic Lion, come out. In the blink of an eye, Elder Sun took out a leather bag from his sleeves and flung it into the sky. This was a vicious beast bag. It was a magic tool similar to a profound spirit pot, but while a profound spirit pot held plants, a vicious beast bag was used to summon beasts. The summoned beast was crimson all over and seemed like a normal lion, except it was several dozen times the size of a regular lion. As the crimson mythic lion appeared, it immediately occupied nearly half the space of the great front hall. Sichu Yaoshi was overjoyed as she saw the beast appear. A howling heaven mythic lion, haha, Patriarch Sun has actually managed to obtain such a saint beast. I will join together with you and destroy this little bastard. A howling heaven mythic lion was a saint beast equal to a peak middle divine sea powerhouse. In addition, the physical body of a saint beast was extremely tough and formidable to begin with. A howling heaven mythic lion's true comprehensive combat strength wasn't that much worse than Sichu Haotian's. With a howling heaven mythic lion added with 2 divine sea powerhouses, even if they couldn't defeat Lin Ming, they should still be able to force a draw. If they could do this, then they could buy enough time for Yang Yun to rush over here. At that time, Lin Ming's moment of death would arrive. Sichu Yaoshi finally saw a faint hope of surviving through this calamity. As long as they could all persist until Yang Yun came, then they would win. Roar! The crimson mythic lion roared out and blood-red flames and smoke suddenly wreathed its entire body. A terrifying miraculous aura surged outwards, causing all of the nearby martial artists to rapidly retreat. This was the pressure brought by the presence of a strong saint beast. Break the heavens! With a loud order from Elder Sun, the howling heaven mythic lion slashed 2 large claws towards Lin Ming's head. A saint beast was born with an inherently formidable physical body, and they had no need to cultivate in order to use their energy. They were equal to a dual essence and energy cultivating martial artist. Just this claw strike was mighty enough to shake the heavens and earth. Even a divine mountain would be shorn apart by this attack. Mythic lion? Humph, the legends say that a mythic lion is the son of a true dragon. Such a beast with a meager and nearly undetectable bloodline actually dares to call itself a howling heaven mythic lion? Just die! Lin Ming sneered, and the 8 inner hidden gates and heretical god force erupted. He grasped the great desolate blood halberd and smashed downwards. On the blood halberd, the power of fire and thunder twisted together, even as the Grand Mist Battle Spirit fused into it. As the Grand Mist Battle Spirit appeared, all of the Grand Mist space around Lin Ming suddenly became stronger. As that crimson mythic lion rushed out, half of its claw energy had already been depleted. And at this time, Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd crashed into it. Dang! The great desolate blood halberd and the crimson mythic lion's claws collided. Although the howling heaven mythic lion was a flesh and blood beast, its claws were actually sharper than a heaven-step treasure. As its claws struck the great desolate blood halberd, there was a massive ringing sound of metal striking metal. However, at this time, the halberd edge suddenly flashed with a silver-grey light. A deep killing intent surged out from the great desolate blood halberd. This potent and vigorous momentum suddenly gave the halberd edge a nearly unrivaled sharp edge. This was the glory of a grand mist battle spirit. Catcher. The howling heaven mythic lion's claws were directly torn apart and shattered by the great desolate blood halberd. Blood rained on the earth. Roar. The mythic lion howled in pain. But its strength was only equal to a peak middle divine sea powerhouse's. How could it possibly be Lin Ming's match? The great desolate blood halberd suddenly shot upwards and smashed into the howling heaven mythic lion's chest. With a sorrowful whine, the beast was smashed away by Lin Ming. What? Sichu Yaoshi and elder son's eyes widened in terror. Although they didn't think that the howling heaven mythic lion could defeat Lin Ming, they absolutely didn't imagine that a beast equal to a peak middle divine sea powerhouse would actually be sent flying backwards in a frontal confrontation. What strength did Lin Ming have in order to do this? Did his power already approach the highest under the heavens? In just these 3 years, his cultivation had only risen to the 4th stage of life destruction, and yet he obtained strength close to the highest under the heaven. Elder Son was scared witless for a moment. But at this time, Lin Ming had already rushed in front of him. Your life is mine. The great desolate blood halberd pierced forth like a bloody dragon. Facing this chilling halberd edge, Elder Son only felt his entire body's true essence locked within his body, unable to move it at all. He had no way to avoid this strike. Nu. On the brink of death, Elder Son erupted with all of his potential. He extracted a 3-foot-long saber from his spatial ring and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the blade edge, finally managing to counterbalance the suppression of laws and energy within the Grand Mist space and allowing him to circulate energy from his dantian. The saber turned a flaming blood red. Strong winds cut through the air, true essence howled, God slaughter cut. With a loud roar, Elder Son slashed out his saber at Lin Ming. With his blood essence to utilize the God slaughter cut, this saber strike contained both a material attack as well as the ability to annihilate a person's divine soul. This was Elder Son's ultimate killing move. It cost him a massive amount of blood essence as well as several hundred years of life to use. Moreover, even if he managed to slay his opponent, he would still suffer an enormous backlash that would harm his cultivation for a very long period of time. But now his hand had been forced, he had to use this attack, otherwise he would perish in the next moment. Grand Mist battle spirit. Lin Ming didn't even bother with it. The great desolate blood halberd whistled out, a single move to break all techniques. Bang! The incomparably heavy battle spirit erupted, and the crimson saber light was easily broken apart. The great desolate blood halberd struck the thick saber, and with a resounding catcher sound, the medium-grade heaven-step treasure saber was shattered by Lin Ming's strike. After the halberd light broke apart the saber, it slightly changed direction, and with 40 to 50% of its strength remaining, it smashed into Elder Son's right side. For a moment, it was like a sledgehammer had struck a watermelon. Elder Son's entire right half of his body had been smashed to a pulp. Bloody meat, organs, and blood-stained bones all flew outward. Elder Son issued out a miserable scream as his body was sent flying away. Lin Ming's strike had left him with half a life left. If it were just his arm or leg that had been torn off, then he could still restore that with heavenly materials, but with the entire right half of his body crushed and even his right lung mashed into goo, it was nearly impossible for any type of miracle medicine to regenerate this. Elder Son's half-broken body fell with a heavy thud like a dead dog on the floor, and large mouthfuls of blood spilled out from his lips. Run away! Run away! All of the Azura Divine Kingdom juniors in the hall were frightened to the point where all the blood left their faces. A divine sea powerhouse had burnt his own blood essence and risked his life in a desperate strike, but he had still been blown away by Lin Ming as if he were a bug. Facing such a monster, who would actually dare to fight him? But this spectral blood skylock array had locked down this entire area of space. Even if they wanted to escape, where could they run off to? Lin Ming instantly vanished. After displaying his extreme speed, these people weren't even able to catch sight of his fading shadow. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming appeared behind a young man that looked to be in his 20s. This person only had a third-stage life destruction cultivation. Although he was far from being comparable to Situ Luosho, he was still less than 40 years old. Moreover, he was able to jump ranks to fight an ordinary fifth-stage life destruction master and had a faint hope of reaching the Divine Sea. Amongst all of the direct descendant juniors of the Azura Divine Kingdom, he was considered a very talented one. Peng! A fist came pounding out. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. The young man shook and blood gushed out from his entire body. His body slumped to the ground like a pile of ruined meat. He had died just like that. Lin Ming, you little bastard, I will kill you. Situ Yaoshi's hair was in tatters. She was so angry that her eyes were popping out of her head. But now she was literally out of power. How could she possibly threaten Lin Ming? You! After I finish everyone here, it will be your turn. Then, I will completely erase the Azura Divine Kingdom from this world. Lin Ming's voice was bone-chilling to the extreme. The Azura Divine Kingdom's actions had repeatedly touched his bottom line. The least he would do was kill off every single one of these young elites that had come here to ambush him and had ruined the lives of the Lin family clan. Since they all hoped to obtain some advantages from his death and also dared to come here, then Lin Ming would not tolerate the existence of any of these people. After I die, I won't let you go even when I become a resentful ghost. Situ Yaoshi hysterically shouted. Humph, you want to turn into a ghost? What wishful thinking. Do you think that you are the only one who can suck out a soul and refine it, and that I can't do the same? Lin Ming sneered. The essence of a ghost was the soul. If he pulled out her soul and refined it, even erasing the spirit mark, then where would there still be a ghost? Situ Yaoshi had always threatened that she would suck out others' souls and refine them, but today someone had turned the tables on her. For a time, her complexion turned ashen in fear. Her entire body trembled. Chapter 919, White Demon Arrives. Chapter 919, White Demon Arrives. Peng, peng, peng. Lin Ming was like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. Killing these Azura Divine Kingdom juniors was as easy as killing a chicken. Each one he ran over died with a single punch. Wait. Don't kill me. I never humiliated anyone from your Lin family, a revolving core youth said with a weeping tone. Is that so? Lin Ming sneered and slammed his palm down on the young martial artist's forehead. Energy violently surged in as he mercilessly used a demonic path soul-searching technique. When a massive disparity in soul force intensity and cultivation existed between the soul searcher and the soul searchee, there was no need to fear that a spirit mark would pollute the other. Humph, you haven't humiliated my Lin family. It would have been better if Lin Ming didn't perform a soul search, because once he did, he became furious. This young man had violently ravaged and killed dozens of young women from the Lin family. Although Lin Ming didn't know who these young women were, his eyes still turned blood red with rage after seeing how they were cruelly tortured before their deaths. Demonic path martial artists had naturally cruel dispositions. When they were young, it was easy for this type of barbaric mentality to manifest. You are so young and yet so vicious. Killing you is equal to saving tens of thousands of lives. As Lin Ming spoke, he suddenly pinched his right hand and this demonic path martial artist's skull was crushed apart. Situ Yaoshi had already become crazy. She desperately attacked the barriers of the spectral blood skylock array. But with her strength, and also being covered under the Prime Emperor force field, how could she possibly break through an array formation that Yang Yun had set down? As Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists began dying all around him, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shot up. Millimeter? Situ Chuan? He found that a martial artist cowering in the corner was actually Situ Chuan. Situ Chuan, it's been such a long time. How have you been? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. At Yang Yun's Nine Flowers banquet, Situ Chuan had known that Lin Ming had the inheritance of the Demon Emperor on him, and thus openly provoked him into a fight. Situ Chuan had wanted to steal away all of Lin Ming's inheritances, but he had underestimated Lin Ming's strength and finally had to run away after being beaten up. Afterwards, at the Forsaken God Clan's dimensional realm, Sichu Chuan had once again clashed with Lin Ming. He had taunted Lin Ming repeatedly and also challenged him. However, even with the demon god Heartguard mirror protecting him, he had been severely wounded by Lin Ming's single finger. The two of them could be said to be enemies that often crossed paths. Sichu Chuan had been hiding in the crowd for fear that Lin Ming would see him, but after half of the martial artists died in the blink of an eye, Sichu Chuan was eventually noticed. Lin Lanjian, let's not be hasty here. Sichu Chuan's heart trembled. He had no idea what to say. Die. Towards someone like Sichu Chuan, Lin Ming didn't even bother saying anything. His palm came slamming out. Lin Lanjian, I hope you die, you bastard. Sichu Chuan's crazy screams faded in the next moment as Lin Ming's palm crushed him into pulpy meat. Peng! 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 Miserable wails filled the air as blood and flesh covered the walls. The heroic elites of the Azura Divine Kingdom were all killed off by Lin Ming. Sichu Yaoshi's eyes were deep red. She violently struck the spectral blood skylock array, but there wasn't even the slightest change in the barrier. Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd and walked towards Sichu Yaoshi step by step. Sichu Yaoshi was slumped to the ground, her face ashen and her heart dimming with despair. She didn't want to die. She especially didn't want to die under Lin Ming's hands. If he said that he could suck out her soul and refine it, then he absolutely could do that. Thinking about sucking out someone's soul and refining it, Sichu Yaoshi felt her entire body shake. She had done this procedure to her own enemies countless times already. She was well aware of just how painful it was. She wanted to abandon her own meridians and commit suicide, but the true essence within her body was completely out of her control. What kind of force field was this? How could it be so fierce? You little bastard, I was the one who ordered the fingers and palms of your Lin family's juniors to be chopped off. If you have the guts, then kill me with your palm. Sichu Yaoshi madly shouted out. She wanted to enrage Lin Ming enough that he would simply kill her here. Lin Ming smiled, a smile filled with a sinister malice. You want to die? It won't be that easy. I will let you live and slowly torture you, otherwise it will be impossible for me to swallow this anger. Just as Sichu Yaoshi lost all hope, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. A bronze coffin dozens of feet long flew through the skies like a ghost. 6 large black-clothed ghost slaves each held thick chains as they dragged this bronze coffin behind them. A strange demon youth was sitting calmly on the bronze coffin, a curious smile playing on his face. It was like he was simply taking a scenic tour of the world. He seemed peaceful and comfortable. This strange demon youth was a follower of the ancient devil. His name was White Demon. He too possessed strength equal to the highest under the heavens, and possessed a greater level of strength than Old Man Good Fortune. If Old Man Good Fortune hadn't gone all out with using the heaven-perishing bead, then even he might have fallen underneath this strange demon youth's hands. Behind White Demon, there were also 8 Emperor-level powerhouses. All of these individuals were unexpectedly not human. Some of them had scales, fins, gills, several arms, or even long snake-like tails. All of these individuals appeared to be from the deep-sea races. Undoubtedly, they had been brought under control by the ancient devil. The Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent were on a spherical planet, and the 2 land continents only occupied an extremely minor part of it. The true vastness was found in the seas. The South Sea, Fog Sea, North Sea, and Red Sea, these 4 seas combined together were endlessly flowing, wrapping around the entire planet. Far more Emperor-level powerhouses lived in the sea than on land, and these divine sea powerhouses had likely come from the most mysterious Fog Sea that lay on the western side of the Sky Spill continent. Most of these deep-sea martial artists that came were at the early Divine Sea realm, with a small number of them at the Middle Divine Sea. There was even an old monster that was close to the late Divine Sea. He looked like a squid. With the ancient devil's methods as well as all the countless secrets and cultivation methods he possessed, it was simple for him to tempt these deep-sea races with benefits. Coupled with his powerful strength, it was easy for him to bring all of these powerhouses under his control. As Sichu Yaoshi saw the strange demon youth as well as the several divine sea powerhouses behind him, she was like a drowning sailor that saw a piece of wood in the ocean. Her heart filled with happiness and she began to wildly laugh. Ha ha ha. Sir White Demon. The heavens have not abandoned me. The heavens have not abandoned me. Ha 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 ha. Sir White Demon, save me. Sichu Yaoshi cried out. Lin Ming, you actually dared to come here. It seems that Sir Demon Lord has far overestimated you. I thought that no matter how dumb you were, even you would know this entire place was a trap. And yet you still walked in here to die. Very well then, let me deliver you onto the road to hell. White Demon waved his hand and crushed an array bead in his palm. The spectral blood skylock array shattered. As Sichu Yaoshi saw the great array that trapped her finally collapse, she wanted to cry out in relief. To be rescued after falling into the jaws of death, that was a truly indescribable feeling. Sichu Yaoshi felt a good portion of her strength return to her. She glared at Lin Ming with utter hatred in her eyes as she cried out in her mind, "You little bastard. I will make you pay a painful price for everything you've done today. When I capture you, I will have you suffer for 1,000 years." Her figure moved and she displayed her movement technique, desperately trying to escape to White Demon. But just as she moved, it suddenly seemed as if she was separated from the strange demon youth by a nearly insurmountable distance. It was like she was trapped in a bubble of space, unable to escape this area. That invisible force field once again covered over her, rapidly ablating all of her strength. Sichu Yaoshi panicked. She looked at Lin Ming with horror in her eyes. Sir White Demon, save me. When White Demon broke the spectral blood skylock array, it had truly caused the energy of Lin Ming's force field to scatter. But that was only for a brief moment. Lin Ming called up the heavenly demon martial intent and formed the complete grand mist space, covering everything in 1,300 miles and directly isolating Sichu Yaoshi. Humph, don't worry, as long as I'm here there is nothing he can do to you, White Demon said with a conceited tone. Although he didn't care about Sichu Yaoshi's life, he still cared about his face. If Sichu Yaoshi, who also had the strength of an emperor-level powerhouse, were to be killed in front of him by Lin Ming, then what face would he have left? Lin Ming sneered, "If I want to kill someone, do you really think you can stop me? Ha! You really are stupid. You've already entered the trap that we laid down and yet you still think you're in control of the situation? This is just a minor force field. Do you think I can't break it?" As White Demon spoke, his right hand slammed outwards. His palm formed a demon claw made up of billowing demonic energy. He wanted to tear apart Lin Ming's grand mist space and rescue Sichu Yaoshi. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light and energy erupted from his body. The heavenly demon martial intent rapidly revolved and the grand mist space trembled. Faintly, a slight trace of grey energy appeared in the grand mist space. This was the elementary form of grand mist energy, grand mist space. It was able to smash apart all laws, extinguish all life, true essence, and power of the 5 fundamental elements, turning all of that into ash that faded away. However, it didn't truly disappear, but rather transformed into the elementary form of grand mist energy. Although it was the elementary form of grand mist energy, it was still an impossibly far distance from becoming true grand mist energy. In order to practice true grand mist energy, Lin Ming would need to become at least an overlord of the divine realm before that was possible. Bang! As the roiling black demon claw smashed into the grand mist space, the space suddenly shook. The demon claw exploded into pieces, but the grand mist space actually didn't break. As for Sichu Yaoshi, who had already lost all of her strength, she was sent flying back from the aftermath of White Demon's strike and nearly vomited blood. What? White Demon burned with a shameful anger. He had just said he would shatter Lin Ming's force field, but instead the result was that he had failed and also injured Sichu Yaoshi with the shockwaves. And at this moment, Lin Ming reached out a hand and a black vortex appeared in his palm. An invisible traction force hooked onto Sichu Yaoshi and pulled her over. Ah! Sichu Yaoshi issued loud harrowing screams, but she was simply unable to resist this force. Her body tumbled over and over as she flew towards Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd and pointed it towards Sichu Yaoshi's chest. No! Sichu Yaoshi screamed out to the point where her throat tore apart. But she had no strength to resist in the least. She could only watch helplessly as she approached the chilling point of the great desolate blood halberd. Puff! Blood shot out. Lin Ming's halberd cleanly pierced through her body. It shattered her spine and cut apart her right lung before directly penetrating through her chest. She was simply like a frog that had been stuck onto the end of the great desolate blood halberd. A divine sea powerhouse could survive as long as their heart and brain didn't burst apart. And Sichu Yaoshi's true essence was locked down by Lin Ming, so she couldn't even commit suicide. Fresh blood dripped down the halberd edge. Sichu Yaoshi's legs rapidly pedaled in the air as she desperately struggled to free herself. However, she was no different from a grasshopper pierced with a needle. At this moment her heart filled with despair. "Sir White Demon, save me. Lin Ming, you are seeking death." White Demon was furious. He had said in front of his underlings that he would protect Sichu Yaoshi, but the result was that she had been pierced through by Lin Ming's halberd like a bug. This was simply slapping his face in front of everyone. Chapter 920, Massacre. Chapter 920, Massacre. Lin Ming stood there, with Sichu Yaoshi stuck onto the end of the great desolate blood halberd. He glanced upwards at the strange demon youth in the sky and said with a sneer, "You're called White Demon? How come it's just you? Where is your master?" After obtaining the memories of the ancient devil, Lin Ming was much more clear as to what the relationship was between him and White Demon. When a number of Empyreans descended to this mortal world in order to subjugate Empyrean Primordius, they brought along with them armies from the divine realm that were millions in number. This ancient devil had been one of the minor military officers, and this White Demon was the loyal vice-captain of the ancient devil. Afterwards, the two of them had been severely wounded by followers of Empyrean Primordius and sealed within the Sea of Miracles. With the ancient devil's understandings of the Time Law's concept of stagnation, he had used them to change the flow of time and withstand the passing of 100,000 years. As time passed, the seal over the Sea of Miracles slightly loosened, and they took advantage of this chance, paying an immense price to escape from that calamity. Of course, this was all because they were luckier than the others and hadn't been locked in the depths of the Sea of Miracles. Otherwise, no matter how high their cultivation was, it would have been impossible for them to emerge from it even after hundreds of thousands or millions of years. "Hihi, the Demon Lord is closed up right now. How could he possibly be keeping guard near the Sky Fortune Kingdom all the time to wait for you? Even so, you are far too stupid. Those who walk down the road of martial arts defy the will of the heavens. Those who break through the limits of life are doomed to live days of loneliness. Family clans, descendants, even wives and parents, all of them are nothing but passing travelers in your life. And yet for this family clan that you are not even deeply related to, you are willing to step into such obvious danger. What a joke. How can someone like you, who cannot even clean themselves from the karma of this world, possibly speak of walking down the road of martial arts or defying the will of the heavens?" White Demon had stashed away all of his past arrogance and conceit. After confirming that Lin Ming's strength was no worse than his, he began to use other means to weaken Lin Ming instead. He wanted to use words to break apart Lin Ming's heart of martial arts and have his mind waver. Lin Ming coldly smiled, caustically replying, "In this world, there is no one that can divorce themselves from their karma. Those that walk down the road of martial arts must all depend on lucky chances, thus they cannot diverge from their destiny. If their destiny is lacking, then no matter how monstrous a talent is, they will never be able to grow. They may even die. Destiny is an illusory ideal, and yet it is not at the same time. Fulfilling your wishes, passing through countless dangerous situations, having your thoughts be smooth, defeating kings on the same level, those are the ways that you can accumulate destiny. Destiny must be hand in hand with your faith to overcome all. Only then will you be able to walk down your road. Those that cultivate martial arts must have their hearts clear of distractions. They do not like to owe debts to others because they do not wish to saturate themselves with further karma. But in the dust of mortality, all living creatures, the endless lands, splendor and destitution, glory and failure, life and death, all of these ideas are entangled together, becoming the most complex karma in your life. Just because you do not clearly understand it does not mean you can just blindly cut it off, because if your fatality with your world is never resolved, then your heart will forever be discontent. In the southern wilderness I once experienced the 72 sorcerer pagodas, a lucky chance left behind by a true divine realm powerhouse. In order to settle his karma with this world, he spent an immense amount of strength to cast his incarnation down and return to this world. And you, a little demon cultivator, actually dares to speak of the fatality of this world. Without noticing it, Lin Ming's words brought with them an overwhelming momentum. Although White Demon once had a cultivation that surpassed the Divine Sea, and he was also a character that had participated in the Great War 100,000 years ago, in Lin Ming's words he was nothing more than a little demon cultivator, not worth mentioning at all. For Lin Ming to say these words with his fourth stage life destruction cultivation by no means stemmed from his arrogance. Rather, it came from his extraordinary experience and insight, as well as his great strength and talent that surpassed the will of the heavens. This unwavering confidence made all who heard it feel as if every word he spoke was the truth. White Demon had wanted to attack Lin Ming's heart of martial arts with words, but after experiencing Lin Ming's intense rebuttal, he had no words left to reply with. In terms of speaking of the heart of martial arts, the fatality of the world, and karmic ties, he had already lost. After being spoken to with disdain by Lin Ming, White Demon became angry out of shame. A little life-destruction martial artist like you actually dares to look down on me? You really have no idea what it means to walk into death or danger. Haha, how am I looking down on you? You said that you would protect Situ Yaoshi, and yet she is now stuck on my halberd, unable to beg for life or death. Good. 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 White Demon viciously spat out the word good 3 times. You may not know, but a 10-mile area around the Lin family clan already has a Yellow Springs ghost burying array laid down beneath it. I will activate the array and turn you, your family clan, and all of your so-called fatality of the world and karmic ties into ghosts of the Yellow Spring. I want to see just how smooth your mindset will be then. White Demon barked out an order and the 8 Divine Sea martial artists scattered in all directions. The Yellow Springs ghost burying array was able to melt all life into evil spirits. It was one of the strongest array formations that the ancient devil understood. Lin Ming seemed as if he already predicted White Demon's actions. The energy within his body revolved to the limit and the grand mist space suddenly wildly expanded outward. The 1,300-mile grand mist space actually formed a virtual projection in the real world, covering nearly the entire Green Mulberry City. Extreme Violet Ring, receive. A giant vortex appeared around Lin Ming. Countless arcs of origin energy shot out towards the Lin family clan. Underneath the cover of Lin Ming's divine sense, all the Lin family descendants, their husbands and wives, maids, friends, subordinates, even cats and dogs were all sucked in by this energy. Their houses and pavilions were all completely pulled up and sucked into the extreme violet ring. It was impossible for these mortals to withstand such a pressure. In just a brief moment, the energy covered everyone and the entire Lin family clan was received into Lin Ming's extreme violet ring. For a Divine Sea Supreme Elder, it wasn't difficult to place an entire city into a magic tool. However, what was difficult was finding a magic tool with a large enough inner world to contain it. This was truly a Saint Artifact rank treasure. Moreover, its grade was placed in the upper echelons of Saint Artifacts. It had to be known that even the wealthy Steps Master Luosho had to hide away the massive amount of his wealth in his own treasure chambers. This was because he didn't have a magic tool with a large enough capacity. He had never even heard of something like that before. Lin Ming's extreme violet ring could accommodate half a city worth of people. It was more than enough to gather the entire Lin family clan. Millimeter. A spatial treasure that can hold life and form a side world. The strange demon youth's mind stirred and his eyes locked onto the extreme violet ring. Even he didn't have such a treasure. Lin Ming, there really are far too many secrets on your body, and you also seem to have somehow understood how to break through ancient array formations. Even the spectral blood skylock array had its control wrested away by you. But this Yellow Springs ghost burying array is different. It depends on absolute power to activate. With the 9 of us joining forces, it is impossible for you to break it. And when you fail to break it, that is when you will die. This array formation can refine all life. Even if your strength is no worse than mine, or even if you are slightly stronger than me, you will perish here. As the demon youth spoke, the 8 deep-sea race divine sea powerhouses all began to simultaneously revolve their energy. The sounds of 10,000 ghosts howled in a radius of 10 miles. The heavens cried, dark clouds rolled through the skies, and a bone-chilling wind blew through the city. He, little demon, after we kill this person, do not forget our agreement, a deep-sea powerhouse said. His entire body was comprised of thick tentacles. Yes, and according to our agreement, our deep-sea clan will take 20% of this boy's wealth. A deep-sea race martial artist that looked like a snake echoed. He was clear on just how rich Lin Ming was. Even 20% was a considerable amount. There is also Sir Demon Lord's concept of time jade slip. I am very interested in that. The 8 deep-sea divine sea powerhouses all laughed as they jovially joked with each other. Together, they injected their energies into the Yellow Springs ghost-burying array. The ground rumbled and ruptured, and for a time it was like an azure hell had opened up beneath them. Lin Ming could feel the thick smell of blood waft over him. It was like he had fallen into the 18-layered hells. The Yellow Springs ghost-burying array is different from the spectral blood skylock array. This is a true killing array. After it is laid down, it is activated by the stimulation of absolute energy, and there is no secret password of array runes distributed anywhere. Even if it's me, the only way I will be able to break through this is with absolute strength. But there are 9 divine sea powerhouses that are collaborating to drive this array, and their strength has fused together with the Yellow Springs ghost-burying array. It's impossible for me to resist it like this, but... A sharp light suddenly burst out from Lin Ming's eyes, like a bolt of lightning crossing through the dark night sky. In that moment, the compressed energy within the heretical god sprout flooded outwards. All of the meridians within Lin Ming's body began to bulge. Gate of healing, gate of limit, gate of wonder, gate of pain, 4 gates were all released together. Ka. The land fractured. A crimson flame lit up between Lin Ming's eyebrows, and a golden phoenix rushed out from his body, directly impacting into the skies. In that instant, Lin Ming erupted with his complete strength. However, he did not use any martial skills. He poured all of his strength into the heavenly demon martial intent Grand Mist space. Behind Lin Ming, a blood-red lotus began to slowly bloom. The Grand Mist space rapidly expanded outwards. Although the Yellow Springs ghost-burying array was fierce, it was an array formation based on laws. It would be unable to block the Grand Mist space that disregarded all principles. For a time, everyone, including White Demon, was covered in this force field. Grand Mist Battle Spirit, Fusion. A silver-grey Grand Mist Battle Spirit shot out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The Battle Spirit melted into the Grand Mist space, causing the range to increase by several hundred miles once again. The might of the Grand Mist space suddenly rose. Suddenly, there was a series of loud explosions as the protective true essence of 5 deep-sea early divine sea powerhouses was directly crushed apart. As for the 3 middle divine sea powerhouses, they also trembled as blood tumbled in their bodies. Although their bodily protective true essence didn't shatter, the energy they were injecting into the Yellow Springs ghost-burying array was interrupted. What? White Demon and the other deep-sea race powerhouses were all shocked and frightened. Lin Ming hadn't even moved a finger. He had merely relied on a force field to deal them all a heavy blow. How was this possible? Heavenly Demon martial intent, massacre. Lin Ming coldly spat out these words. Clutching his fists together, the Phoenix Phantom behind him suddenly combined with the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower, causing that red lotus to shine with an even more dazzling and radiant light, as if a crimson sun were rising in the whirl. In that moment, traces of elementary Grand Mist energy appeared in the Grand Mist space and twisted together into a chaos storm. This storm was like countless immeasurably sharp knives. The 5 early divine sea powerhouses watched helplessly as this chaos storm tore through their mortal bodies. Blood and flesh rained down. Their meridians shattered and even their bones were shattered to pieces by the chaos storm. Nu. Peng. 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 With a series of bursting sounds, the 5 early divine sea powerhouses were directly shattered to pieces and then further disintegrated into ashes that faded away, with nothing left behind. As for the 3 middle divine sea powerhouses, they also vomited great mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared in their protective true essence. They were frightened so much that their courage cracked apart and their minds went blank with panic. Run! Run away! But, within the grand mist space realized from the heavenly demon martial intent, wasn't escaping easier said than done? Peng! The middle divine sea martial artist with the weakest cultivation suddenly exploded within the chaos storm. As for the other two, they were even scared witless as if their souls had left their body. Stuck on top of the great desolate blood halberd, Sichu Yaoshi watched as all of this happened. Her face turned whiter than paper and her entire body trembled. Devil, he is simply a devil, Sichu Yaoshi mumbled as blood trickled down her lips. Chapter 921, Transcendent Divine Might. Chapter 921, Transcendent Divine Might. All of this happened in just a brief moment. Within several blinks of an eye, 6 divine sea martial artists had died, but Lin Ming hadn't even moved. By just releasing his force field, he had killed 6 martial artists. The disparity was too great. Lin Ming, you dare. The demon youth was both surprised and angry. He never imagined that of the helpers he gathered to activate the Great Array, over half of them would die before the fighting even began. By relying on just a force field to massacre divine sea powerhouses, Lin Ming had reached a level beyond all of his expectations. Broken Star. The demon youth gave a loud shout and extracted a purple lance from his spatial ring. Endless starlight flowed out from the lance point, turning into purple bolts of power that fell down like galaxies. At this moment, the demon youth had completely abandoned the Yellow Springs ghost-burying array. He attacked with everything he had. Ca. The purple light pierced into the grand mist space like a hot knife, weakening the further in it went. At the same time, the grand mist space trembled as it collided with White Demon's spear light. Their attacks struck in sharp contention. White Demon was a late divine sea powerhouse, moreover, he also came from the divine realm. The various cultivation methods and martial skills he learned were not what the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent could compare with. He had strength that deserved to be called the highest under the heavens within the Sky Spill continent. With his all-out attack, his strike even had a faint impulse as if it would rip open the grand mist space. This was also because Lin Ming had completely driven the grand mist space to kill the surrounding deep-sea powerhouses and didn't concentrate it on White Demon. Lin Ming was very clear that using just the heavenly demon martial intent to slaughter White Demon was impossible. The purple lance light shot out with all of its might. As the 2 surviving deep-sea powerhouses resisted the force field with all their power, Lin Ming suddenly moved. He flung Sichu Yaoshi off the great desolate blood halberd. Blood rained downwards as Sichu Yaoshi's mortal body was crudely and brutally torn off of the halberd point, causing her to painfully scream. Then, Lin Ming opened the gate of wonder and revolved his true essence to the limit. Mystic lightning shade, golden rock shattering the void. In that moment, Lin Ming's body turned into a bolt of lightning as his velocity reached an inconceivable degree. White Demon's attack fell on empty air. At the same time, Lin Ming appeared to teleport directly in front of a deep-sea martial artist. The gate of pain opened and his halberd came smashing down. The 800,000 Jin heavy great desolate blood halberd combined with Lin Ming's 2 million Jin physical strength and fused with the grand mist battle spirit, shattered the surrounding space. The deep-sea martial artist had the appearance of a shark. Its grey mouth opened and its 2 eyes turned bloodshot. The shark-like deep-sea martial artist released a earth-shaking roar. At this moment it was impossible for him to dodge Lin Ming's attack. He could only struggle with his life. He grasped a pitch-black trident. Hundreds of black flood dragons thousands of feet long appeared around him. These flood dragons all merged together onto the tip of the trident, causing the trident to instantly become an unrivaled divine weapon, overwhelming and unstoppable. The trident collided with the great desolate blood halberd. However, no matter how powerful the shark-like powerhouse's attack was, he wasn't Lin Ming's match at all. The great desolate blood halberd was originally a saint artifact-level treasure, and it also had the grand mist battle spirit fused within it. It was all-conquering, able to penetrate the hardest defenses. Catcher. The trident was crushed to pieces by Lin Ming's attack. The great desolate blood halberd didn't stop there. It continued forward, pounding into the chest of that deep-sea martial artist, causing his ribs to shatter and his flesh to rupture. The battle spirit-infused true essence broke into his innards, grinding all of his organs to mush. The deep-sea powerhouse vomited a mouthful of black blood and his body collapsed to the ground like an exploded bag of blood. Kai. The shark-like martial artist's corpse was directly swallowed up by the grand mist space and turned into dust that soon faded away. The truth was that the powerhouses and energy that were decomposed within the grand mist space would turn into a trace of insignificant elementary grand mist energy that slowly accumulated. The more powerhouses the grand mist space swallowed and the stronger they were, the more potential for growth there would be. In the future, this could even evolve into the true grand mist space. After killing someone with a single halberd strike, Lin Ming didn't stop there. He shot towards the last divine sea powerhouse. This deep-sea martial artist was also the one with the highest cultivation. He neared the late divine sea. The deep-sea powerhouse was frightened as he saw Lin Ming rush towards him and rapidly retreated. Lin Ming, I am your opponent. If you dare to fight with me, then come on. Why are you running away like a coward? White Demon grasped the purple lance and rushed out. He was already breathless with rage and his mind nearly cracked from anger. Lin Ming simply didn't dare to fight him in a frontal melee, but instead dashed around him and killed his underlings. And with Lin Ming's speed reaching nearly unimaginable velocities, it was simply impossible to stop him. Moreover, there was that strange force field that surrounded Lin Ming. Wherever he went, whether it was speed, true essence, or strength, every attribute of his opponents was greatly weakened. Since he couldn't catch up to Lin Ming, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Ming killed off the remaining deep-sea martial artists in front of him. By now, White Demon had become aware that the trap he had laid beforehand was worthless. The main form of the trap was the Yellow Springs Ghost Burying Array, and now the martial artists needed to activate it were killed off by Lin Ming. How could he possibly continue to start the array formation? As the deep-sea martial artist saw Lin Ming's halberd thrust forwards, he lost his mind in panic. Wait a moment. Don't kill me. I only came here as a job for wealth. I have no enmity with you. We can discuss terms, I can compensate you. Besides the scales on his face, the strongest remaining deep-sea martial artist more or less resembled a human. At this moment, his hair was completely in disarray and he looked demented. If you dare to rob people, then you must be prepared to die. I have no interest in your terms, now die. The great desolate blood halberd smashed downwards like a collapsing mountain, a falling galaxy. With the grand mist battle spirit fused into the great desolate blood halberd, and in addition to the sharpness of a saint artifact and Lin Ming's terrifying physical strength, it was impossible for the Heaven Step treasure in the deep-sea powerhouse's hands to withstand such an impact force. Catcher. The Heaven Step weapon shattered. This deep-sea powerhouse's cultivation was quite good. It unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood essence at the last moment and its entire body turned into a red light as it used some sort of arcane escape technique. Bang! The deep-sea powerhouse turned into a crimson beam of light that shot out hundreds of miles in a single blink of the eye. It smashed into the Grand Mist space barrier, but was actually unable to break it apart. Break for me, ah! The deep-sea martial artist emitted cries of despair. However, his power was fading far too fast. A massive amount of his true essence was swallowed up by the Grand Mist space, dissipating into nothingness. Lin Ming coldly looked at this deep-sea martial artist and spat out 2 words. Blow up. Peng. The deep-sea martial artist's body exploded in a rain of blood that then broke down into smaller and smaller fragments before completely disappearing. Like this, 8 deep-sea divine sea martial artists completely perish. At this time, Sichu Yaoshi was half buried in the rubble, watching blankly as all of this happened around her. Her lips shivered and terror filled her mind. Facing this demon god Lin Ming, she felt like nothing more than a little bug that could be crushed by him at any moment. How could he become like this? How is this possible? Sichu Yaoshi mumbled, her voice shaking. And then Lin Ming fell beside Sichu Yaoshi. As she saw him appear next to her, she immediately broke out into a cold sweat. Old witch, it looks like your life is quite tenacious. You haven't died yet. If you have the guts, then kill me, Sichu Yaoshi said, shivering. She really wished for Lin Ming to use his halberd and smash her to bits immediately, but that was nothing more than a wild hope to her now. Lin Ming stabbed the great desolate blood halberd at Sichu Yaoshi's thigh. Puff! Sichu Yaoshi's thigh was pierced through by the halberd edge. With a miserable wail, she was lifted up by her leg. Like this, Lin Ming faced White Demon once again with Sichu Yaoshi hanging off his halberd. White Demon's face paled, his eyebrows shooting all the way up. I know what your force field is." As White Demon spoke to hear, a trace of fear actually appeared on his face. "What you are using is a sub-force field of the primordious martial intent, the heavenly demon force field. That is one of Empyrean Primordius' strongest abilities. He relied on that power to walk unhindered through the endless divine realm, unrivaled and without match." "Impossible, this is impossible. How can you possibly have learned the heavenly demon force field?" White Demon's voice shook, his entire body quaking. In the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, there were countless extraordinary powers, amazing abilities, and martial skills. But those that were truly renowned throughout the entire universe and far surpassed all other powers were limited in number. Among them there were cultivation methods, martial skills, arcane skills, soul law formulas, martial intents, and so on. These supernatural powers all had a title. They were called transcendent divine mights. Any ability with this title was a top-grade supernatural power amongst all top-grade supernatural powers. If a martial artist were to obtain such an ability, then after practicing it, they would be able to rely on this power to walk freely through the divine realm. If a holy land were to obtain such a power and pass down this inheritance, then they would develop into a massive super influence in the future, able to rule over a great world within the divine realm. Of course, this was all based on the premise that they could survive and preserve that ability. If a transcendent divine might jade slip were to appear, it would inevitably set off a terrifying bloody war. Although Lin Ming had many cultivation methods on him, such as Golden Rock shattering the void or the ancient Phoenix Code, these top movement and cultivation methods, even if complete, could not even think of tracing upon the boundary of a transcendent divine might. As for the great desolate halberd art, Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, Overbearing Soul Tactic, and Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, those were even less worthy of mentioning. The ranks of these techniques were a level lower than the ancient Phoenix Code. Amongst all of Lin Ming's abilities, there was only one that could be called a transcendent divine might. That was the Heretical God Force. The Heretical God Force was an arcane skill-type transcendent divine might. It was particularly rare. Lin Ming obtaining it was all because of his great destiny. A transcendent divine might was unrivaled in fierceness and prestige. It was no wonder that White Demon had shown such extreme shock and fear upon learning that Lin Ming had comprehended the heavenly demon force field. Although the primordious martial intent was a true transcendent divine might, the heavenly demon force field was only a minor part of it, thus it was an incomplete transcendent divine might. Even so, this was enough for countless martial artists to go crazy over it, struggling with their lives to obtain it. How could this be? How is this possible? Could you have entered the Sea of Miracles and obtained Empyrean Primordius inheritance? The demon youth's eyes shined with a brilliant light as he stared at Lin Ming. If Lin Ming could one day obtain the complete Primordius martial intent, then as long as he didn't die, his future would be limitless. This was an unrivaled supernatural power that could turn garbage into a tiger. Chapter 922, Fighting White Demon. Chapter 922, Fighting White Demon. A single transcendent divine might could allow a martial artist to jump several boundaries in order to fight. For instance, Lin Ming's current true combat strength was only slightly stronger than Sichu Haotian's. He was far from being comparable to characters like the sublime smelting Imperial Grand Uncle Uyahua and the nine-furnace highest divine Emperor Yang Laroshan, and there was no comparison with someone like White Demon. But, by relying on the Grand Mist space, Lin Ming's strength had reached a level where he could contend with White Demon. The creation of a transcendent divine might was the product of an Empyrean's lifetime experience and knowledge, completely gathered into a single ability. There were even some existences that were referred to as divine. These transcendent divine mights had been preserved and passed down in the divine realm for billions of years. This meant that there wasn't even a single transcendent divine might created every million years. The rarity and magnificence of such an ability could be inferred. There were even many divine realm world kings that never had a chance to obtain a portion of a transcendent divine might. Among all the transcendent divine mights, a martial intent was one of the most special kinds. This was because a martial intent could not be studied, only comprehended. However, there was a single exception. This was if the master of the martial intent was willing to separate a portion of their martial intent and form a martial intent seed, sealing that seed into a symbol paper or spirit artifact and then granting it to others. The situation was exceedingly rare. Firstly, no one was willing to separate a portion of their own martial intent and weaken their own supernatural powers. Secondly, in order to do so, one had to have a cultivation of at least a world king or empyrean, and also have an extremely high understanding into soul and will. Only then would they have the ability to cut off a portion of their own martial intent and form a martial intent seed, bestowing it to others. But with White Demon's experience, he simply didn't know this. This was why he was so shocked. He couldn't understand how Lin Ming had managed to comprehend the heavenly demon martial intent. In fact, the only reason he was able to recognize the heavenly demon martial intent was because he participated in the Great War 100,000 years ago. He had been a part of the armies that fought against Empyrean Primordius and also saw him use this ability with his own eyes. When Empyrean Primordius used the heavenly demon martial intent, he was able to instantly kill thousands and tens of thousands of divine realm martial artists. And most of those people that perished had been far stronger than White Demon. This scene had frightened White Demon and left an incomparably deep impression in his heart. Otherwise, with his status, he would have never seen such a legendary martial intent. I never imagined that your destiny would reach such a degree. Even a portion of the transcendent divine might ranked Primordius martial intent was comprehended by you. I wonder, if I kill you, will I be able to obtain Empyrean Primordius inheritance? Transcendent divine might? Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. This term had appeared in the ancient devil's memories and Lin Ming also had a minor understanding of it. Indeed, if it were the complete Primordius martial intent, then it truly was deserving of the title of Transcendent Divine Might. There are numerous kinds of Transcendent Divine Mights in the divine realm. I wonder how my heretical god force would rank among them. Where can I obtain the other parts of the Primordius martial intent? Could it be the Sea of Miracles and Eternal Demon Abyss? And just what degree would the complete Primordius martial intent reach? All of those thoughts instantly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. At this moment, White Demon moved. With the Yellow Springs ghost burying array having failed, White Demon could only rely on his own strength. His upper clothes suddenly bulged and tore apart, and a bright purple tattoo lit up on his back with a dazzling light. Currents of true essence condensed behind him, forming into a massive black phantom. This great black phantom was hundreds of feet tall and had 9 heads in total. This was the legendary Hydra monster. White Demon was from the Hydra clan. This was one of the greater clans of the divine realm, with countless clansmen spread throughout the universe. Although the Hydra was not a god beast and inferior to a phoenix, the divine realm Hydra clan's bloodline was much richer than the ancient phoenix clans. Thus the Hydra clan was in no way inferior to the divine realm Phoenix clan. Snake swallows the universe. The strange demon youth raised his purple lance and the Hydra phantom behind him ravenously opened all 9 ghoulish mouths, and all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy around him began to stir up. Roar! The 9 Hydra heads roared together, the terrifying sonic explosion directly impacting into the skies. Ever since White Demon had slipped through his prison in the Sea of Miracles, his body had been greatly weakened. He originally didn't plan on using the power of his bloodline, but now he was forced with no other option. Let alone killing Lin Ming, it was possible he would even be killed instead. White Demon rushed forwards, bringing the massive Hydra phantom to smash into the Grand Mist space. The hundreds of feet tall Hydra crashed into the Grand Mist space and began to crazily bite at it. It wanted to tear the space barrier apart. As the saying went, a snake was greedy and hungry enough to swallow an elephant. A snake could swallow down an object several times its size, and the Hydra had reached the peak in this regard. The 9 heads of a hydra were said to be able to swallow the sun, thus the reason the hydra was also named the sky-devouring python. With snake swallows the universe, White Demon wanted to use this move to forcefully devour the Grand Mist Space. The Grand Mist Space was both offensive and defensive and extended over 1,000 miles outwards. After a long-distance attack ran into the Grand Mist Space, it would weaken the further it penetrated inwards. In order to attack Lin Ming, one's main body had to enter the Grand Mist Space. But, within the Grand Mist Space, they would fall under suppressive principles and their combat strength would greatly drop. White Demon didn't want to give Lin Ming the advantage or initiative. Thus, he utilized the power of his bloodline in order to break apart the Grand Mist Space. As long as the Grand Mist Space was broken, then Lin Ming simply wasn't his match. "You want to swallow my Grand Mist Space?" A cold smile appeared on Lin Ming's face. The world represents the highest laws, the laws that all myriad creatures must obey. It is impossible for a hydra to swallow the highest laws. If you wish to swallow the Grand Mist Space, then let me swallow you down first. Lin Ming shook the great desolate blood halberd and joints through his entire body began to emit crackling ka sounds. The compressed energy within the heretical god seed surged out once more and the Grand Mist Space expanded outwards, completely enveloping the Hydra Phantom released by White Demon. Chaos Storm. Lin Ming pointed the great desolate blood halberd outwards and the faint elementary Grand Mist energy formed a massive storm in the world, clashing together with the Black Hydra. Flesh and blood flew out, storms filled the air, and the world lost its color. This was a frigid battle. White Demon's bloodline power rapidly faded away and Lin Ming wasn't any better off. The Hydra Phantom's energy was far too vigorous. To swallow that strength with the Grand Mist Space cost a massive amount of Lin Ming's true essence. In addition with having to burning the ancient phoenix blood, even if Lin Ming's foundation was solid and he had the gate of healing supporting him, he wasn't able to withstand this for too long. As White Demon saw his own Hydra incarnation about to be swallowed up by the Grand Mist Space, his eyes turned blood red. He grabbed his purple lance and shot forwards. Kyla. The Grand Mist Space tore apart. White Demon fused together with the Black Hydra Phantom, and with a resounding ka sound, all of the muscles in his body suddenly bulged outwards. The lower half of his body was embezzled by the black energy, forming a snake tail. White Demon had unexpectedly transformed into a half-man half-snake monster. Moreover, he now had 9 heads, each of them with the exact appearance of White Demon. Shattered Star, break for me. White Demon spat out blood essence onto his weapon, and the purple lance began to emit a dazzling light. A 100,000-foot-long beam of purple light pierced through 10,000 miles of space. The Chaos Storm was torn asunder, and the Grand Mist Space began to emit crackling sounds as if it couldn't withstand the impact force. With the savage battle having reached this point, both combatants had put forth their complete abilities, neither of them holding back. This was a true battle with their lives on the line, power of thunder and fire, penetrating rainbow. As Lin Ming saw White Demon about to burst through the Grand Mist Space, he focused his mind within the heretical god sprout and completely ignited all of the power of thunder and fire. Thunder and fire twisted together, and for a moment it seemed as if Lin Ming held a sun in his hands. His attack collided with White Demon's shattered star. Stars smashed into the blazing sun. Bang! When the great desolate blood halberd and the purple lance collided, the world changed colors and the sun and moon lost their light. White Demon's true essence was deeper. Even though he was weakened by the Grand Mist Space, he still managed to suppress Lin Ming. But at this time, a black light flashed between Lin Ming's eyebrows as a spear-shaped battle spirit came howling out. The Grand Mist battle spirit fused with the great desolate blood halberd. With a battle spirit attached to the great desolate blood halberd, the sharp might of the weapon rose to another level. The purple lance seemed to emit a whimpering sound as if it wasn't able to withstand the great strength and would shatter at any moment. Millimeter? White Demon was shocked. He branched out a part of his power to protect the purple lance, but this distracted him for the briefest moment. Lin Ming took the opportunity to suddenly recover his battle spirit, fuse it with his soul force, and then shoot it outward. In that moment, a Chaos Demon Spirit Phantom appeared behind him. Lin Ming's soul force thrust in between White Demon's eyebrows, shooting straight towards his spiritual sea. This was the high chaos devil arts that Lin Ming had obtained from the old imp. This was a soul attack law formula. If used directly against someone like White Demon, who had a potent soul force himself, then even with the battle spirit's support it wouldn't have too great an effect. At best they would both be severely wounded. But in a surprise, if Lin Ming managed to take advantage of a time when White Demon lost concentration, then that was a different story. Lin Ming had used his battle spirit to set a trap, and now he had caught White Demon off guard. White Demon felt his spiritual sea violently tremble as his mind blanked for a brief moment. But in a battle between masters, the shortest lapse of consciousness was enough to turn the tables. Bang! The halberd light and lance light exploded together. A terrifying shock wave surged outwards, nearly tearing apart the grand mist space. Lin Ming's complexion turned pale white as he drew back the heavenly demon martial intent and tumbled backwards. But White Demon was in an even more miserable condition. His bodily protective true essence had been torn apart by the shockwave and his entire chest was covered with thick blood. You bastard! White Demon's hair was in disarray and his entire body was dripping with blood. Although these wounds didn't harm his vitality, it was still a great humiliation. His cultivation was currently equal to a late Divine Sea powerhouse, and yet he had been injured to such an extent by Lin Ming, a mere fourth-stage life-destruction martial artist. How could he not be enraged to the point of gasping for air? But there was nothing he could do to Lin Ming. This offensive and defensive grand mist space was too tricky. His base strength far exceeded Lin Ming's, but he was powerless to do anything. Although Lin Ming was able to take the upper hand in that strike, wanting to defeat White Demon was actually extremely difficult. He grasped the great desolate blood halberd and compressed the grand mist space to a range of 100 feet to save true essence. The ancient phoenix blood's burning period will pass soon. That White Demon has the Hydra bloodline, his restorative abilities shouldn't be much worse than mine. Lin Ming discovered that after White Demon was injured, the flesh on his chest began to wriggle together, slowly regenerating. If this battle continued, then it would be a test to see who could last longer. Lin Ming activated the Grand Mist space and burned the blood of the ancient phoenix, both of which consumed a massive amount of energy. But the energy White Demon required to stimulate the power of his bloodline was not minor either. It was hard to say who would emerge victorious here. But at this moment, a blazing flame flashed in front of White Demon. This light was an ultra-long-distance sound-transmitting talisman that had sent a message from 7 or 8 million miles away. There was only one person on the Sky Spill continent who had such a long-distance sound-transmitting talisman. That person was Yang Yun. Chapter 923, Refine the Soul. Chapter 923, Refine the Soul. Millimeter. He wants me to return. After White Demon heard the message in the sound-transmitting talisman, he hatefully glared at Lin Ming. You brat, consider yourself lucky. 1 year from now is when you die. As White Demon finished speaking, his body turned into a beam of light that flew towards the north. Lin Ming didn't stop him, and in fact couldn't stop him. The two of them had similar strength and neither could block the other. If Lin Ming wanted to leave, White Demon wouldn't have been able to stop him either. White Demon soon vanished in the horizon. Lin Ming was silent for a moment and then also left. He displayed his maximum speed and flew away from the Sky Fortune Kingdom, across the southern wilderness, and then changed directions several more times before finding an isolated and lonely island in the South Sea where he landed. So this is the strength of the highest under the heavens. I wonder how Yang Yun's strength can compare. If it were 3 years ago and Yang Yun drew support from the ancient devil, then his strength would be about similar to White Demon. Lin Ming mumbled to himself. Although the ancient devil was also an officer of a divine realm army in the past, all he had left was an incomplete soul form. Soul Force had no physical combat strength, thus it had no choice but to raise Yang Yun and rely on possessing Yang Yun's body. Because the ancient devil mainly relied on Yang Yun's own strength, he wasn't much stronger than his subordinate White Demon. 10 months ago I was able to easily kill the Steps Master and that old imp. One of them was a 2-star Demon Emperor and the other was a 3-star Demon Emperor near the end of his life, that is equivalent to a middle Divine C and late Divine C powerhouse. Afterwards I closed up and my strength rose again. After I was able to nearly instantly kill a middle Divine C martial artist, that is also the strength of the highest under the heavens. Even if I met the past Yang Yun, I wouldn't need to be afraid, but the only problem is that I have no idea what's happened to Yang Yun in the past 3 years. As Lin Ming thought of this, his thoughts moved and he entered into the extreme violet ring. The first sight that greeted him was Sichu Yaoshi. Sichu Yaoshi had been turned into a bloody mess by Lin Ming. Her spine was split apart, her thigh was pierced, and she looked like a bag of rotten meat. Her true essence was locked within her body and remained out of her control. She was only able to suffer here, barely surviving. "You little bastard. If you have the guts, kill me." As Sichu Yaoshi saw Lin Ming, both of her eyes erupted with flames of hatred. Her animosity towards Lin Ming had reached the extreme. She was well aware that after falling into Lin Ming's hands there was no hope to survive. Softly pleading meant death and insulting him also meant death. Since that was the case, she might as well curse him to her heart's content. "I acknowledged my fate after falling into your hands, but I also don't have many years left to live. You are different though, you still have a long life ahead of you, but what a pity. Ha 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 ha, you also won't live much longer. I'll wait for you in hell." Lin Ming indifferently looked at Sichu Yaoshi and said, "My life isn't something that you have a say in. Humph. You'll die. And you'll die in the ugliest manner possible. Your body will be a gift and your soul will be turned into ash." Sichu Yaoshi roared with malice, her eyes blood red. She was about to speak further but Lin Ming suddenly kicked out and shattered her arm. "Ah, you little bastard, you'll get what you deserve." Sichu Yaoshi bitterly cried out. "Get what I deserve? You tried to kill me, that is cause. And now I'll kill you, that is effect. Cause and effect have both come full circle, and killing you now is perfectly justified." Lin Ming reached down and grabbed Sichu Yaoshi's neck. Her entire body was exhausted and didn't have the least bit of strength left. She limply dangled in Lin Ming's hands like a trussed-up chicken. Roar! Behind Lin Ming, a massive demon spirit phantom appeared. This monstrous demon spirit had 3 horns on its head, had fierce features, and dark green teeth. Its 6 arms each held onto different strange weapons. There was a battle drum, a bell, rosary beads, a hammer, iron needles, and an ancient mirror. All around this 6-armed ancient demon spirit, there were countless creatures that lay down in worship, looks of reverence and awe on their faces. This was the High Chaos Devil Arts, a soul cultivation method that originated from the eternal demon abyss. Although it wasn't some top-ranked technique from the divine realm, it was still very useful for the current Lin Ming to practice. For instance, surprise souls, more profound and effective slave seals, and even techniques to suck out a soul and refine it. It even had the soul-searching technique that Lin Ming was about to use. Moreover, it was simple to practice and didn't require much effort. It was an extremely useful transitive law formula. The Chaos Demon Spirit stretched out its claws and directly grabbed Sichu Yaoshi by her neck. She screamed out like a cat that had its tail stomped on. "You! What are you doing? Stop!" Sichu Yaoshi issued out a soul-rending scream. She watched as the Chaos Demon Spirit lifted a hammer in one hand and lifted a rusty black iron needle in the other, and then continued watching as the iron needle was placed between her eyebrows. It was obvious that this Chaos Demon Spirit wanted to use this immaterial iron needle to enter her spiritual sea. Anyone that saw such a needle about to be pounded into their heads would also have their courage crack apart. The Chaos Demon Spirit used 2 hands to hold down Sichu Yaoshi's neck. It lifted the hammer and suddenly pounded down. Ah! In that moment, Sichu Yaoshi's throat cracked as if fragments of glass had been thrust into her mouth. It was hard to imagine that a human could emit such a hoarse and terrified scream. The hammer pounded down again and again. Sichu Yaoshi's body began shaking. After her soul was smashed by that iron needle again and again, it was almost forced out of her body by that Chaos Demon Spirit. "You little beast, why you'll die like a dog," Sichu Yaoshi screamed out as she began kicking out her legs. However, her efforts soon subsided as she slumped down, motionless. Her entire body went soft as her soul was completely pulled out. Her soul became a ball of light that was gripped into the Chaos Demon Spirit's hand and held beneath the Iron Needle. Above the Iron Needle, a distorted image of a pained face appeared. It was Situ Yaoshi's. Puff. The ball of light was shattered by the Iron Needle. Situ Yaoshi let out one last miserable scream as her soul shattered into countless fragments that were eaten up by the Chaos Demon Spirit. Lin Ming closed his eyes and sifted through the memories for valuable information. A soul-searching technique could not be compared to the wonders of using the magic cube to swallow a soul fragment. At most he could obtain a few fuzzy memories. Searching for a cultivation method was basically impossible. He could only search for pieces of information and events. Millimeter, this Situ Yaoshi doesn't seem to know what Yang Yun has been doing for these past 3 years. However, what she can confirm is that Yang Yun's strength has sharply risen since then. Moreover, it seems as if Yang Yun is completing some type of arcane skill. In at most 1 year, he'll be able to lock onto my position. Now that White Demon has returned, he's already identified my limit and Yang Yun now knows just how strong I am. If he continues with his old plan, then that means he is confident he can still deal with me. Lin Ming thought for a moment. This Yang Yun had kept his cards too well hidden, and he was also far too patient and smart. Such an opponent truly made one dread facing. When Lin Ming faced Shen Wuji, even he hadn't been so thorny as Yang Yun. Lin Ming fully understood Shen Wuji's background and was able to estimate his strength and contrast it with his own, thus he knew that victory was in his hands. After he returned from time-worn Phoenix City, he had been able to smoothly exterminate Shen Wuji. But against Yang Yun, Lin Ming actually didn't have much confidence. This Sky Fortune Kingdom trap should be a chess move that Yang Yun casually arranged. His original intention should have been to probe the limit of my strength. He probably didn't expect it to kill me. There's no way to know whether or not Lin Ming would have returned to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. And even if Yang Yun knew Lin Ming would return, it was still impossible for someone like him to keep guard around the Sky Fortune Kingdom. If he did so for 2 to 3 years, then he wouldn't have been able to grow any stronger than White Demon and it would have been impossible for him to deal with Lin Ming. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was only a probing move. The true killing move should still be behind. Peng. With a light cracking sound, Situ Yaoshi's soul completely turned to smoke and faded to nothing. Lin Ming opened his eyes. He didn't obtain much valuable information from this soul search, but aside from some minor information on Yang Yun, there was also some other information that could barely be considered valuable to him. Lin Ming had finally learnt just how his true identity had been exposed. When Lin Ming crossed life destruction, the wood spirit jade mask he wore had been crushed, and his true appearance had been revealed and known to the world. Afterwards, Yang Yun had used his absolute strength to kill Yang Laroshan and Uyehua. He used their blood essence to restore the life vitality that had been sucked up by the magic cube. He put a part of his collection of Divine Realm inheritances as a reward, united the Deep Sea clans of the Fog Sea, planted a tracing mark in many of the other 3 Divine Kingdom powerhouses, and was able to thoroughly control all 4 Divine Kingdoms. After obtaining control of the 4 Divine Kingdoms, Yang Yun immediately launched a massive manhunt for Lin Ming. Lin Ming's portrait was naturally posted everywhere. Those that knew Lin Ming's status like Li Yifeng, Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, Lan Xin, and others had all kept hidden. They certainly wouldn't betray Lin Ming. Yang Yun also didn't know that these individuals knew Lin Ming, so he didn't search for them either. However, near the 4 Divine Kingdoms, there was also someone else that knew of Lin Ming's true identity. That was the Northwest Great Desert's Wang Yichan. During Lin Ming's great marriage celebrations, Wang Yichan had come because of Shen Wuji's inheritance and got entangled in a dispute with Lin Ming. There was a violent fight at the wedding banquet and Wang Yichan lost to Lin Ming. As a result, Wang Yichan was forced to compensate with his concubine from the Forsaken God clan, a girl named Ju. Wang Yichan had a grudge against Lin Ming. Selling him out was only natural, let alone that Yang Yun also provided sufficient benefits for doing so. Wang Yichan, Northwest Great Desert, very good. A thick killing intent flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. Although the Northwest Great Desert held some resentment towards Lin Ming was simply disinclined to bother with them over such minor matters. The Northwest Great Desert was only the weakest of the weak Holy Lands. With Lin Ming's current strength, he could extinguish their entire sect with a wave of his hand. But now, because of the Northwest Great Desert's Wang Yichan, the Lin family clan and even Lan Yunyu were forced to suffer a great calamity. They had been mercilessly tortured and humiliated for the last 2 years. This debt had to be cleared. Without sufficient strength, rushing into a battle between 2 giants was the behavior of an idiot. If one of those giants didn't die, then their bad luck could only be blamed on their own stupidity. It would be easy for them to become the victim. Lin Ming had sentenced the Northwest Great Desert and Wang Yichan to death. At this time, the Lin family descendants as well as Lan Yunyu came walking over. The group of thousands was comprised of the young and the old. The one at the head was the Lin family clan patriarch, Lin Wanshan. As Lin Wanshan saw Lin Ming once more, his thoughts were very complex. This youth in front of him, this junior, had already reached heights that he could never comprehend. It was no different from a mortal meeting a god. They were individuals that lived in 2 completely different worlds, and their paths should never have crossed to begin with. And beside Lin Wanshan, Lan Yunyu hesitated in her step. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had already passed. The passing of time, the wearing of the years, all of this had left deep and swelling emotions within her. Chapter 924, A. Settling the Cycle of Karma. Chapter 924, A. Settling the Cycle of Karma. The space within the extreme violet ring was sizable and comfortable. When Lin Ming received the Lin family clan into his spatial ring, he had left the majority of the buildings intact. As Lin Ming saw these buildings, memories began to emerge within his mind. Hidden Smoke Hall. Rainflower Pavilion. As Lin Ming looked at these places that once resembled the most noble and upper-crust society of the family clan, he felt emotions swell within him. These were areas that only the young masters and ladies of the family clan could enter. They would ride on wooden sedans and enjoy the flowery scenery. They would be accompanied by groups of servants as well as having trays of fruits and exquisite desserts waiting for them at any time. When Lin Ming was young, this represented the ultimate lifestyle in his mind. He had longed for this type of wealthy life, and thought that after he grew up and reached the peak of martial arts, he could also become such a top character. But now, none of this was what he pursued. In the past, Lin Ming came to the Lin mansion several times with his father to prepare for great feasts. His job was to debone meat. With his sharp boning knife in hand, he would slice vicious beasts into various parts, and watch as his father cooked them into a number of different dishes. Besides that, he and the Lin family didn't have much exchanges. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. To martial artists that lived for tens of thousands of years, 10 years was an insignificant period of time. But as Lin Ming recalled the memories of his childhood, all of those scenes and recollections of the past seemed blurry and remote. The Lin family descendants all arranged themselves according to rank and seniority and stood behind Lin Wanshan. A respected mortal family like the Lin family had strict rules and tedious customs. Now that they were greeting Lin Ming, they naturally couldn't show poor etiquette. As the Lin family descendants looked at Lin Ming, their eyes were filled with both respect and unease. To a legendary character like Lin Ming, all of them had been influenced by him, but very few had ever seen or heard from him. In the past several years, the Lin family's status had grown several times over, and they had faintly become the Sky Fortune Kingdom's #1 family. Lin Wanshan had been assigned the title of Duke Lin. The Lin family's properties and businesses were countless. They could be said to be at the zenith of their glory. Even the Sky Fortune Kingdom Emperor Yang Lin had to be respectful when seeing Lin Wanshan. Not only did Lin Wanshan not need to bow, but he was even offered a sight. In private, Yang Lin also had to call Lin Wanshan Uncle Lin. Such respect and courtesy was rarely honored ever since the founding of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Wanshan wasn't an idiot to think that Yang Lin treated him with respect because he appreciated his talents. Rather, all of this was because of Lin Ming. Even Yang Lin becoming the emperor was because of Lin Ming's support. The truth was that after Lin Ming left the 7 profound valleys, the Lin family descendants had no idea what degree Lin Ming had reached. They only knew that he was extremely fierce. Even after Sichu Yaoshi and the others came, they still had difficulty understanding the situation of the world. those people already completely surpassed their imaginations. Some Lin family juniors and even elders began to pay their respects to Lin Ming and Bo. This wasn't unusual. According to the customs of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, if an empress were produced within the family clan, then when the empress returned to her home, there would be a grand festive celebration. Everyone in the family would bathe in incense and there would be great banquets for days, ceremonial worshipping of ancestors, and events all around. Even the patriarch of the family would have to bow down on both knees, even if he were the empress's father. Now Lin Ming's status was countless times higher than a mere empress of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. According to the customs of a mortal family, everyone had to bow to Lin Ming. There were many Lin family descendants. Merely among the servants there were over 1,000 sharing the same surname. As Lin Ming gazed upon such a large family, he actually didn't feel much of a sense of belonging. In his mind, his true family were his parents, his sister, and Lin Xiaodong, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. Everyone else could only be considered distant relatives. Everyone, there is no need for such ceremony. Uncle Lin, please rise, I cannot afford such courtesy. When I left home in the past to pursue the road of martial arts, I never imagined I would bring such great blessings and such great disasters to the Lin family. After the beast tide ended, I haven't set foot in Green Mulberry City. I didn't think that you all would be drawn into my troubles. Nephew Lin, you can't say that. As long as the family clan remains prosperous in the future, then let alone losing a hand, I wouldn't even blink if I had to sacrifice my life. Lin Wanshan honestly and earnestly said. To a traditional respected family, the prosperity of the family clan and the passing of the glory onto the next generation was the most important matter. Even a clansman's life was expendable in the face of such an important matter. Lin Ming's eyes moved to Lin Wanshan's left hand and he saw that his hand had already been cut off. Lin Ming sighed. In this calamity, many Lin family descendants should have died. There were even many that had lost their feet or arms, and all of this was because of him. He took out some pill bottles from his spatial ring and said, "Here are some medicinal pills that can regenerate limbs. For all those who had their arms or legs cut off, please take these pills to restore them." Spirit medicines that could regenerate mortal limbs weren't considered too precious. Lin Ming had put out many different types of medicines, but none of these medicines were suitable for high-level martial artists. To a high-level martial artist that had crossed life destruction, their body would reform into a spirit body. If their arm was cut down and an ordinary and tempered arm was attached in place of the old, then that would become nothing but a burden to them. In a fight, once true essence flooded into that limb, it would simply explode when it became unable to withstand the amount of true essence. Of course, to a mortal and their daily life, none of this was a problem. As Lin Wanshan saw all of these spirit medicines, his heart was overjoyed. No one wished to be disabled for the rest of their lives. As the rest of the Lin family descendants saw these spirit medicines, that tiny trace of resentment they held towards Lin Ming also vanished. And here are some other medicines. Although they are useless to me, if a mortal were to take them, they can prolong life and eliminate all diseases. They can live for over 100 some years. As for the rest, it's to help raise the martial artists. Allow the martial arts masters of the family to eat these and it'll allow them to break through the body transformation realm and help their cultivation increase by leaps and bounds. If a Hutian master were to eat these medicines, it can even help them break through to the Xiantian realm. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out another massive pile of medicinal pills. All of these medicines pills had been obtained from the countless martial artists he had killed. These were only basic low-level medicines, but to a small sect they were priceless treasures. Just these dozens of medicinal pills that could allow a Hutian master to break into the Xiantian realm was enough to make a third-grade sect go crazy with jealousy. One can see this from just how much effort Qin Zia had spent in order to obtain a heaven-opening pill. These are spirit pills that can allow a Hutian master to break into the Xiantian realm? Lin Wanshan gulped with some difficulty. He had some experience and certainly knew how precious these types of miracle medicines were. They were truly precious. A single one of these pills was equivalent to a city. Lin Ming had casually handed out several dozen of these pills. That was equal to several dozen cities' worth of wealth. Lin Wanshan was unavoidably uneasy that such precious treasures were placed within the family clan. Lin Ming saw through Lin Wanshan's thoughts and said, "Rest assured, the sects that will be jealous of these pills are small sects. They won't dare to move against the Lin family. As for those sects that dare to move against the Lin family, they won't care about these low-level medicines." Lin Ming waved his hand. These words caused all of the Lin family descendants to fall into an incredulous daze. To casually hand over so many pills on the level of a heaven-opening pill and still call them low-level medicines, Lin Ming's boundary was simply unimaginable. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then pulled out a set of puppets from his spatial ring. There were a total of 18 puppets, and each one resembled a cruel demon, grim and savage as if they were devils that had crawled up from hell. These were the puppets left behind by Corpsemancer. He had used these puppets when he was still at a low stage of life destruction, but after he entered the Destiny Decree, these puppets weren't too useful to him anymore. They remained as only part of his collection. Lin Ming originally didn't have any use for them, but now they actually came in handy. Lin Ming took out a jade slip and placed his soul mark on it. He poured some true essence into the jade slip and passed it to Lin Wanshan just for emergencies. "I give these puppets to the Lin family as protective guards. If the Lin family suffers a disaster one day, they can use this jade slip to control the puppets and safely pass through that calamity. This jade slip can be given to the patriarch of the Lin family. It can be considered a keepsake of the patriarch and passed down through generations." As Lin Ming spoke, the Lin family descendants stared at the puppets with curiosity and horror. Corpsemancer was a bloodthirsty individual that loved death and chaos. These puppets had mostly been crafted from the corpses of top masters, and their skin and bones were tempered by sacrifices. These 18 puppets had crossed through oceans of blood, and the killing intent they exuded was nearly thick enough to condense into reality. If a mortal looked at them for too long, their souls would be damaged. "Don't look at them," Lin Ming calmly said. He sent out an energy wave that completely isolated the killing intent emanating from the puppets. The mortal Lin family descendants were all lost in a stupor until Lin Ming sealed off the puppets' killing intent. Their consciousness slowly returned, and a cold sweat began to ooze off their bodies. If just looking at these inactive puppets could do this to them, then it was hard to imagine how powerful they would be once activated. Lin Ming flicked his fingers and 18 grey balls of energy shot into the 18 puppets. This was the compressed heavenly demon force field. He said, "Any one of these 18 puppets can easily sweep away the 7 profound valleys. If the 18 of them join forces, their power will increase 100 times over. It will be enough to protect the Lin family and guarantee your safety. Sweep away the 7 profound valleys. 18 join forces, their power will increase 100 times over." Lin Wanshan's eyes widened as he heard Lin Ming's words. Although he knew Lin Ming had reached a boundary that none of them were able to comprehend, the 7 profound valleys was still a heaven-like existence to the mortals of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even the Emperor wasn't able to defy them, and the 7 profound valleys could even remove the Emperor if they wished. If that wasn't heaven, then what was? And such a heaven could be easily swept away by a single puppet. The psychological impact to Lin Wanshan could be imagined. Lin Ming said, "That's right. But the true essence I left behind in this jade slip is only enough to activate these puppets 2 times. Once they have been activated 2 times and the true essence is exhausted, the force field I left within the puppets will swallow them up and reduce them to dust. This is also to prevent other sects from coveting these puppets and bringing trouble to the Lin family. Only 2 times." As Lin Wanshan heard these words, he thought it was somewhat a pity. It was obvious that Lin Ming had the ability to activate these puppets many more times, but he simply didn't want to do that. For him to destroy these puppets after they were used, proved that these puppets weren't worth anything to Lin Ming. Lin Ming continued, 2 times is the limit. This is to prevent the descendants of the family clan to use these puppets to wage war with the world, recklessly plundering other lands and committing evil. For a large family clan to rely on external forces to establish itself, that will make the family clan's foundation shaky and able to fall apart in a single night. Placing a limit of 2 times is so that the family clan will only use them in periods of great calamity. If the Lin family wishes to develop, then they must rely on their own foundations. As for what possible calamities may come your way, that will likely only happen when the switching of dynasties occurs, and that is only something that happens every several hundred years. These 18 puppets will guarantee the Lin family 1,000 years of prosperity. That alone should be enough. Chapter 924, B. Settling the Cycle of Karma. Chapter 924, B. Settling the Cycle of Karma. As Lin Ming spoke, Lin Wanshan could only nod. Lin Ming saw Lin Wanshan's disappointment that these 18 puppets would be destroyed after they were used twice, but he wasn't surprised. After all, a patriarch of a mortal family had a single most important goal, and that was ensuring the prosperity of his descendants. How could his heart not ache upon learning that such divine objects that could protect his family clan would disappear after being used? It was just that with Lin Ming's status, there was nothing he could say. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Even if these 18 puppets I leave behind can be used permanently, it still won't be enough for the Lin family to remain prosperous forever. Instead, it might cause the Lin family's might to rise as fast as a bubble, and also blow up as fast as a bubble. 100-year dynasty, 1,000-year sect, and a 10,000-year holy land. Who doesn't want to enjoy glory and prosperity forever? I also want the Lin family to develop into a superpower that can live on for tens of thousands of years. But the Lin family doesn't have the foundation to do so, nor does it have the destiny. If the Lin family is one day beaten into the sands of time and lost to the world, that is merely the cycle of samsara at work. It's to be mourned, but it isn't a bad thing." Lin Ming said these words to Lin Wanshan, but also to himself. A holy land like the silent demon emperor city existed for only 3,000 to 4,000 years, and even a divine kingdom would one day topple to the ground and be forgotten. The boundless universe was endless and infinite, but it was not eternal. This was the law of the heavenly Tao. A martial artist that chased after the peak of martial arts and wanted to live on forever in the world was defying the will of the heavens. To step on this road meant to encounter countless dangers. Without a great destiny and valorous perseverance, one would never succeed. Lin Wanshan knew that what Lin Ming said was the truth, and he had no words to refute him. If a small and weak family clan held a great power in their hands, that would only end in their own suffering and doom. Very well. After today's matters, this can be considered as having settled the karma between me and the Lin family. Once I leave this world, the prosperity and decline of the Lin family will all depend on your own samsara and destiny. If you wish to resist samsara, you can only step onto the road of martial arts and resist destiny. If one day such a person were to appear within the Lin family again, then that would be the Lin family's good fortune. If a martial artist wished to ensure that their conscience and heart were complete, then they couldn't entangle themselves in cause and effect. They had to straighten out their karma in the world. It was impossible to cut it off. Lin Ming's karmic ties to this world were two. First was the Lin family clan, and second was Qin Xingxuan, Mu Qianyu, and his parents. Lin Ming didn't plan to receive the Lin family clan into the Divine Phoenix clan. In the end, the Lin family clan was only a mortal family clan. They had very few martial talents. Even if Lin Ming were to bring them to Divine Phoenix Island, it still wouldn't result in their family clan developing further. Rather, it would only burden Divine Phoenix Island. If so, then it was better to let the Lin family clan stay in the mortal world. They could be kings, emperors, and rulers. They could achieve the ultimate glory and wealth possible to mortals. As for Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others, that was another matter. After all of this was finished, Lin Ming turned to Lan Yunyu and said, "Yunyu, come with me." Lin Ming moved towards the hidden smoke pavilion. Lan Yunyu hesitated for a moment but silently followed him from behind. As she looked at Lin Ming's tall and broad back, she felt 100 different complex emotions swell up in her heart. In these last 10 years, Lan Yunyu had regretted what she had done. But as her personality and mind gradually matured with adulthood, she began to see things differently, and she began to understand many things. What was not hers was ultimately not hers. Perhaps the path she had chosen was also long ago decided by the hands of fate. Lin Ming was a dragon amongst men, but she was not a phoenix amongst women. The great gulf that existed between them would only grow larger and larger. In other words, even if she didn't betray Lin Ming in the past, it was impossible for them to grow old together until both of them had heads full of white hair. Since this was their fate, perhaps giving all of this up was a good deed instead. Within the luxurious and jade-inlaid hidden smoke pavilion, Lin Ming randomly gestured to a chair in front. Lan Yunyu cautiously sat down in the center, her figure only occupying a third of the seat. Lin Ming said, "Yunyu, if you never left me, then perhaps I would have had different experiences, and the scene now would have been different." Lin Ming obtained the magic cube in the kitchen of the Great Clarity Pavilion as he was deboning a gold-backed pangolin. It had come from the beast's stomach. The reason that Lin Ming had gone to Great Clarity Pavilion was because Zhu Yang's friend had forced him to lose his lodgings. All of this had been set in motion by Lan Yunyu leaving Lin Ming. Lan Yunyu gently shook her head. "Fate has no ifs or whats. These years, I believe more and more that heaven has arranged our paths for us. I've become used to this simple and plain life, and as I grow, I've learnt to slowly endure the sins brought about by the vanity and impulsiveness of my youth." Lan Yunyue's voice was soft. She smoothed the hair that fell down her shoulders. Her face was still beautiful and her temperament was still pleasant and charming. Unexpectedly, there was even a faint taste of innocence to her, as if she were someone that had returned to their true state. After 10 years of trials and tribulations, as Lin Ming finally saw Lan Yunyu again, he couldn't help but acknowledge that even though she was a mortal woman, she had an inherent beauty and elegance contained in her temperament and experience. She was like a thick, enthralling novel, leaving behind an emotional aftertaste to all who read her. "You're right. Fate has no ifs or whats, but that doesn't mean that destiny cannot be changed. The past me also followed the flow of fate, but the current me has enough strength and destiny to resist that river of fate and defy the will of the heavens. When one had a great destiny and lived the life of an emperor, they would be able to resist fate and survive, turning bad luck into good fortune. As for this destiny, part of it was bestowed by the heavens, and another part of it was accumulated through the trials he went through." Even in the mortal world, there were similar views. For instance, the mortal who had a tough life and wouldn't die, the #1 scholar who could divine the stars, or even historical figures that were true dragons and sons of heaven, with the life of an emperor. In mortal history, these so-called kings and emperors would often encounter many instances of assassination in their lives. But they would manage to avoid death every time. This was a result of their destiny. There was nearly never a case of a fierce and valiant hero who stole the hearts of the world that would be assassinated before they achieved their ambitions. As Lin Ming spoke, he held on to Lin Yunyue's sleeve that held her cut-off hand. She was shocked and instinctively pulled back, not wanting to show off such a horrifying sight to Lin Ming. But her sleeve was tightly caught by him. The originally slender and beautiful fingers had all been cut off, making one's heart fill with incomparably pain. Lin Ming remained silent and began to slowly urge his energy into her body. Lan Yunyu felt a sudden flow of heat enter her, spreading through all her meridians, her limbs, her bones, and making her feel extremely comfortable. Quickly, Lan Yunyu felt her body become increasingly hot. She began to fragrantly sweat from all over, and before long her clothes were soaked wet. Faint traces of grey material came out with this sweat. These were the impurities within Lan Yunyu. Lin Ming used his own true essence to help Lan Yunyu cleanse her being and wash her marrows. The reason he was able to do so was because after crossing life destruction and forming a complete spirit body, his understandings into the structures and principles of the human body had risen to a new level. If someone were to do this rashly, they would only end up ruining the other person's meridians. After all, a mortal's body was exceedingly fragile. This process continued for a full hour. Lin Ming patiently and gently combed through every inch of Lan Yunyue's meridians. At the end, her complexion was bright red and her chest was heaving up and down. "Good," Lin Ming said. He released another burst of energy that eliminated Lan Yunyue's fatigue. Lan Yunyu was surprised to find that she could clearly feel the flow of energy within her meridians. She had a faint feeling that as long as she wished to, she could clearly see throughout her own body. This is the pulse condensation realm. Lan Yunyue's cultivation was only at the altering muscle stage. In the martial world, those that entered into the Xiantian realm would condense prenatal energy within their bodies, returning to a fetus-like state where they breathed in energy and remained free from the pollution of the world. This could be called the time when one truly became a martial cultivator. Below the Xiantian realm, they wouldn't be able to clear the impurities from their bodies, and remain only a mortal. This isn't the pulse condensation realm. Lin Ming shook his head. Although I can help you directly increase your cultivation, that'll only ruin your mentality and drive. It'll affect your future progress. Now I have rid all of the postnatal air from your body, and transformed the meridians and cells of your body with energy. You shouldn't have any problems in cultivating to the Xiantian realm. Moreover, here is a pill that can help you regenerate your arm and extend your life by several hundred years. In the future, I'll also grant you further resources. If you cultivate diligently, you should be able to break into the revolving core realm, and live 1,000 or even 2,000 years. That is the limit of what I'm be able to help you to. To arrive at life destruction may be far too difficult for you. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out a medicinal pill from a jade bottle and slipped it between Lan Yunyue's lips. He whispered, "Swallow this after chewing. This pill has mild after-effects and shouldn't bring you any harm." Lan Yunyu tightened her lips and stared at Lin Ming as if she were in a daze. There was an unreadable emotion that played across her face. Eventually, she began to carefully chew the pill. The pill was bitter. It was bitter like the last 10 years of life she had lived. As Lan Yunyu looked at the young man in front of her who was once her boyfriend, she couldn't stop tears from forming at the corners of her eyes. She began to silently cry. By meeting Lin Ming, she had made far too many mistakes and lost far too many things, but she had also obtained many things. He was a memory that she would never be able to forget, a figure that was eternally etched into her heart. Lin Ming smiled, his gaze gentle and charming. He reached out a hand and wiped away her tears. "I'll bring you somewhere. In the future, you can cultivate there. One day, I'll leave this world, but that doesn't mean that this will be our final farewell. If there is a chance, then I'll return and we'll walk with each other once more." Everything that Lin Ming did now was to resolve the worries he had left on this planet, and to prepare himself to ascend into the divine realm. Although he didn't know what Yang Yun's plan was, the only thing he didn't doubt was that the battle between them was inevitable. And at this time, millions of miles away, Yang Yun was sitting cross-legged atop a mound of rocks. All around him was a bright sea of crimson-red blood. Countless skeletons floated in this sea of blood. Some of these skeletons were jet black, hard like divine iron, and some resembled dark red blood, with an infernal energy that pierced through the heavens. There were even some that were crystal clear like jade, sending out a faint heavenly energy. Without a doubt, these skeletons were all supreme elders during their lifetime. They were far stronger than Yang Laoshan and Uyehua, and even far stronger than the Eightfall Thunder Emperor that had died in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. These skeletons were all from characters that had lived 100,000 years ago. They had once been divine realm powerhouses. Waves of blood beat against the stone, causing it to splash into the air. In the far-off horizon, a blue light shot towards this place. This light was a bronze ghost coffin, and atop of this coffin was a demon youth. That youth was White Demon. "Demon Lord, why did you summon me back? Has something happened?" White Demon fell onto a rock opposite of Yang Yun and bowed in respect. Chapter 925, Merciless Indifference. Chapter 925, Merciless Indifference. In the span of 3 years, Yang Yun's looks hadn't changed, but his temperament was completely different. The past Yang Yun had white clothes that fluttered in the wind, and his temperament was ethereal, as if he were untainted by the world. His words were elegant and he was extraordinarily handsome. To describe him with a term would be, a jade-like gentleman. The current Yang Yun was completely different. There was no longer even the slightest shadow of his past self in his current incarnation. He wore a long crimson robe, and most of his clothes were pulled wide open, revealing powerful shoulders and a defined chest that surged with vitality. His muscles were aesthetic and beautifully cut as if they were formed from jade, crystalline and without flaw. There was a red line that slashed down between his eyebrows, with 2 sharp points and a round center, looking like an eye. It lent him a devilish charm. Such a transformation was because Yang Yun was approaching the demonic path. A martial artist's aura was in the end the energy field that surrounded them. Those that studied orthodox cultivation methods would have an energy field that veered towards the correct path, and those that studied demonic path cultivation methods had temperaments that tended to seem demonic, their auras seemingly more demonic and bloody. Originally, with Yang Yun's methods and outstanding talents, everyone believed that he would become a great leader and hero of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. No one imagined that after the trip into the Temple of Marvels, such an unbelievable series of events would follow. Yang Yun had actually slain his own great-grandfather and even forced his father into a dead end. Afterwards, not only did Yang Yun take control of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, but he also established dominance over the other 3 divine kingdoms. The world was already under his control. If he managed to fuse the 4 divine kingdoms together, he would establish a true 6th-grade sect. A 5th-grade sect took life-destruction powerhouses as elders, and if they had a divine sea leader then they would be called a holy land. A 6th-grade sect took divine sea powerhouses as elders, and the highest under the heavens as their leader. For the last 100,000 years, there had been 10 people that appeared in the martial world that qualified as the highest under the heavens, but the number of 6th-grade sects did not surpass 3. Every time a 6th-grade sect appeared, that was the gathering of the entire continent's strength, a brief moment of flourishing history. If Yang Yun managed to join the 4 divine kingdoms together, he could complete this great goal. At this time, Yang Yun's eyes were closed and his face expressionless. He exuded a forceful and compelling momentum from his body, making him feel unapproachable. "Demon Lord, why have you summoned me back?" White Demon fell onto one knee. The one he was kneeling to was the ancient devil within Yang Yun's body. For these past 3 years, more and more of the ancient devil's personality and past appearance began to reappear in Yang Yun. In the battle within the Temple of Marvels, the ancient devil had lost 2/3 of his soul. But for these last 3 years, the ancient devil had been restoring and nourishing himself in this blood pond. He collected the countless skeletons of supreme elders that had died in the Great War 100,000 years ago, gathering them together to absorb their energy. The current ancient devil had already restored his combat strength to a certain degree. If he were to possess Yang Yun now, his strength would even surpass White Demon. White Demon became increasingly respectful towards him. "You cannot defeat Lin Ming," the ancient devil said. Although he hadn't seen the great battle between White Demon and Lin Ming, he had been able to draw sufficient conclusions from the incomplete information White Demon had sent him. White Demon didn't seem too convinced, but he couldn't help but acknowledge, "I don't know where, but Lin Ming has managed to inherit some extremely powerful force field. If I'm not wrong, then it should be part of the Primordius martial intent that Empyrean Primordius wielded in the past. Once this strange martial intent activates, it'll form a mystical space around him, covering the world in a range of 1,300 miles, and all laws and energy lose their effectiveness within. With a long-distance attack, my lance light weakens to less than 30% of its original strength after piercing through to the center. But if I were to enter that strange space and fight him, that instead causes all of the true essence in my body to be suppressed by the undeniable principles within, there simply wasn't anything I could do against Lin Ming. If it weren't for that strange space, I would have been able to kill him in 3 moves. White Demon said with resentful bitterness. When he fought against Lin Ming, it made him feel like he had strength that he couldn't use. It was an extremely vexing feeling. Millimeter. Primordius martial intent. The ancient devil's eyes suddenly shot open and his expression changed. As someone who participated in the Great War 100,000 years ago, he had personally witnessed the scene of Empyrean Primordius activate his Primordius martial intent and instantly exterminating tens of thousands of divine realm powerhouses where they stood. The ancient devil naturally knew just what these words meant. He pondered over this for 15 minutes and said, "I've looked up Lin Ming's life history. Before he was 15 years old, his talent was average and his achievements common. But after he reached 15 years of age, his growth became out of control. In just 10 short years, he grew to such a degree already. It's obvious that 10 years ago he managed to encounter some heaven-defying lucky chance. And I suspect that this lucky chance has some relation with Empyrean Primordius. Could that black vortex within Lin Ming's body be the elementary form of the Primordius martial intent? The ancient devil muttered to himself. He had only seen the Primordius martial intent, he had no understandings of it. It was impossible for the likes of him to speculate on existences at the boundary of Empyrean Primordius. As for the magic cube, the ancient devil simply didn't know about this. He had no idea that Lin Ming would have such an fortuitous encounter at 15 years of age, so he came to such a misunderstanding. As White Demon saw the ancient devil deep in thought, he brown-nosed and said, "No matter what lucky chance Lin Ming had, after killing him all of that will belong to Sir Demon Lord. Everything he has done or achieved is just a gift for you." As White Demon spoke to hear, the ancient devil started to laugh out loud. "You're right. After some more time passes, my great blood-refining art will reach large success. At that time I'll kill Lin Ming and obtain all of the secrets on his body as well as all of the destiny that is accumulated." White Demon glanced over the surrounding blood pond and said, "Since the last time I was here, 20% of the blood pond's power has been absorbed by you. If this continues, will it be enough for you to reach perfection in your great blood-refining art?" Blood essence was highly nourishing to the divine soul. When the ancient devil killed Yang Laroshan and Uyehua, he had done so to lay dominance over the 4 divine kingdoms but also for their blood essence. In these past 3 years, the ancient devil gathered the deep-sea clans of the Fog Sea and ordered them to slay countless deep-sea vicious beasts, using their blood to complete this blood pond. The ancient devil had collected the remains of some powerhouses from the Sea of Miracles and tossed their skeletons into the blood pond. All of these were conditions he prepared to cultivate the great blood-refining art. That's right. The grade of these deep-sea vicious beasts isn't high enough. Although there are many high-level vicious beasts in the sea, those divine sea-rank vicious beasts normally stay far off in 500,000 feet water depths. Even I would find it hard to withstand the pressure at such depths, much less kill them. As for the remains of these divine realm powerhouses, although they used to be fierce existences, after 100,000 years have passed, their blood has nearly all dried up and they don't have much effect. The ancient devil shook his head as he spoke. White Demon's thoughts stirred. Is the reason that Sir Demon Lord called me back so hastily that he wishes for me to kill some deep-sea vicious beasts to help your supernatural powers reach large success? The ancient devil nodded. Indeed, what I need now is fresh blood essence. It's unlikely that you'll be able to kill divine sea-rank deep-sea vicious beasts. Currently my supernatural powers are just short of reaching completion. The blood essence of basic vicious beasts is no longer useful to me. Then what should we do? Although human divine sea powerhouses are easy to kill, they focus on their dantian, and the power of their blood is far inferior to a complete vicious beast. White Demon said with a thoughtful expression. At this moment, the ancient devil's lips curved up into a sly smile. Human blood naturally has a limited effect, but if they have the blood of different beasts within their bodies, then that is a different matter. For instance, the ancient Phoenix clan bloodline or the Hydra clan bloodline are both excellent bloodlines. Millimeter? White Demon's eyes widened and a chill crawled up his back. He had the Hydra bloodline. Whoosh! The surrounding world suddenly changed. A deep blood-red barrier rose up, covering White Demon and the ancient devil inside. This was the spectral blood skylock array. This was far different from the spectral blood skylock array that had been set for Lin Ming. This spectral blood skylock array was personally controlled by the ancient devil and also had the massive blood pond as support. There was no comparison in the strength between the two. Even Lin Ming would be hard-pressed to break through if he personally came here. Moreover, White Demon's ability to break through array formations was far inferior to Lin Ming's. Demon Lord, you. White Demon looked at the ancient devil with a disbelieving incredulity etched onto his face. As a subordinate to the ancient devil, he owed a great debt of gratitude to him. The reason that White Demon was able to cultivate to such an extent was all because the ancient devil had provided him with sufficient resources. For all these years he maintained utter loyalty to the ancient devil. He never thought that one day he would be the one taken as a sacrifice. If you look for vicious beasts, their blood won't be enough. Lin Ming's growth is too fast and I don't have much time left. I'm only a step away from completion. I need your bloodline as the last finishing touch. You currently have a late divine sea cultivation, and in the past you even reached the higher divine transformation realm. Your Hydra bloodline is just what I need. All I can do is take your minor sacrifice to realize my great plans. The ancient devil had no expression on his face, nor did his voice have any emotion. White Demon's eyes turned blood red. He grasped his purple spear, feeling as if a knife had been twisted into his heart. He never imagined that one day the benefactor he respected so much would betray him in such a manner. Sir Demon Lord, I don't believe this. In the Sea of Miracles your physical body was destroyed and your strength greatly reduced. Without a mortal body you didn't have any combat strength at all. If it weren't for my shelter and support, you would never have been able to live until now. We spent over 100,000 years in the Sea of Miracles together, and yet you are doing this to me? The ancient devil indifferently looked at White Demon. There is no more meaning in mentioning matters that have already passed. You cannot resist me. 100,000 years ago when I trained you, I already placed a spell in your body. With this big array here as support, killing you is as simple as turning my hand. I don't believe this. I won't believe this. White Demon's eyes blazed as he stared into the ancient devil's eyes. Suddenly, his mind shook as he became aware of what was happening. You are not the Demon Lord. You are Yang Yun. Where is the Demon Lord? Sir Demon Lord. Sir Demon Lord. Save me. Yang Yun wishes to kill me. No matter how much White Demon shouted, the young man in front of him maintained his cold apathy, as if everything happening was within his plans and under his control. To think that you would recognize me at the end. Correct, I am not the Demon Lord, I am me, I am Yang Yun. Yang Yun stood up, looking over White Demon as a divine god oversees mortals, a merciless indifference in his eyes. Chapter 926, The End of White Demon. Chapter 926, The End of White Demon. Impossible, impossible. White Demon's mental state became extremely unstable. You sealed away the Demon Lord. How can you have the power? There is nothing that's impossible. White Demon, go in peace and follow your master. Yang Yun's hands grasped the void, and the blood pool around him suddenly soared up into the sky, turning into a massive python. You damned beast. You ungrateful little bastard. If it weren't for us, you would have already died unknown and forgotten. How could you have such strength to stand at the peak of this continent? White Demon hysterically shouted. His eyes were blood red, he wished that he could tear Yang Yun to pieces. Ungrateful? Yang Yun sneered, you think I'm a little child who'll be fooled by such meaningless words? Between you two and I, we've already been mutually using each other. I've never trusted you, and you've never trusted me. If I didn't act against your master, then once that devil's supernatural powers reached large success, I would have already become a sacrifice or had my body stolen away. Yang Yun pulled out a bright crimson treasure sword from his spatial ring. This sword had also been refined within the blood pond, and its power was incomparable to the past. He stroked the flat blade of the sword, and left a touch of fresh blood on the edge. The sword blade absorbed the blood, becoming increasingly beguiling and bewitching. Demon Lord! Demon Lord! Have you been sealed away? Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! White Demon revolved all of the energy within his body and poured it into his voice, forming a sonic boom that shot towards Yang Yun like landslides and tsunamis. This was one of the Hydra clan's unique sonic energy martial skills, called the Heaven-Devouring Roar. He poured his energy into a sound wave to attack the enemy, which was extremely effective towards the intangible and invisible divine soul. White Demon wanted to use this sort of impact to awaken the ancient devil. Yang Yun remained unmoved. He coldly said, there is no need to shout. Most of your lord's strength was swallowed up by Lin Ming in the Temple of Marvels, and now his strength has sharply dropped. At that time, I bided my time, saved my strength, and while he was recovering from his wounds, I suppressed him in a single go and swallowed him up. For these past few years, the Demon Lord that you've been bowing to is me, Yang Yun. Even if you shout until your throat tears apart, he still won't awaken. What? White Demon found this unbelievable. He crazily shouted, "Without erasing the spirit mark, you'll lose yourself if you swallow the souls of others. How is this possible? How is this possible? You're right. I was unable to erase that devil's spirit mark and could only seal him away. Even so, I will frequently lose my personality and my memories will become muddled. Sometimes I don't even know who I am anymore. Everything that happens, I rely on my own willpower to withstand and overcome. In the future, once my cultivation rises further and my understanding of the soul increases, I'll completely eat up that devil's soul and cancel his spirit mark along with all his memories." A soul was composed of memories and a spirit mark. Both were inseparable from each other. If Lin Ming wished to thoroughly erase the ancient devil's spirit mark, he also had to destroy the associated memories. But by that time, the ancient devil's memories would also become useless to Yang Yun. White Demon's heart chilled as he heard this. This Yang Yun was simply a madman, a madman. Although Yang Yun seemed to casually say all of this, the truth was that this method was the same as suicide. No one was willing to take their own soul as a joke, and rely upon some so-called willpower to overcome the extremely dangerous loss of personality and individuality. Once they failed to do so, they would become insane, falling into depravity and becoming a lunatic with no sense of self. As for Yang Yun relying on enhancing his boundary in the future and then eliminating the devil's spirit mark, that was far too difficult. Once memories were fused together, wanting to separate them was easier said than done. If he made a single misstep in the process, he could possibly erase his own memories. The reason Yang Yun chose such a dangerous path was because he truly did need the ancient devil's knowledge. When the ancient devil tried to possess Lin Ming and suffered a near-fatal backlash, he had lost most of his soul. But the part that was left behind was the essence of the ancient devil's soul and the source of his memories. It was even more important than the other two parts combined. This was also a reasonable matter. In the dangers of possessing someone, the ancient devil would naturally save the most important part of his soul as a contingency. Yang Yun's ambitions were great. He wanted to become an unrivaled powerhouse and climb to the peak of all martial arts. He didn't want to be stopped at the Sky Spill continent. So to do this, he had to take the risk. "Madman, you are an absolute madman." White Demon's complexion paled. Facing this maniacal Yang Yun, he felt nothing but fear. Those that didn't fear a strong opponent, feared those that didn't care for their life. Those that didn't fear those that didn't care for their lives, feared those that were demented. In White Demon's eyes, this Yang Yun was a demented madman. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. From the start they underestimated Yang Yun and chosen the wrong person. They had raised a tiger, creating this disaster, and making all of their efforts a gift for someone else. Bang! Thousands of blood waves shot up into the sky, twisting together into the giant blood python that fell towards White Demon. Yang Yun soared high into the skies, seeming as if he controlled this world. "You're truly a faithful dog. Now, show me your final worth." At this moment, words were useless, there was only battle. White Demon gave a loud shout and a massive Hydra phantom appeared behind him. He grasped his purple lance and shot towards Yang Yun. Hydra bloodline, broken star. As Yang Yun saw White Demon strike out with his strongest attack, a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. He casually formed a seal and sent it flying towards White Demon. White Demon's body shook, and the Hydra behind him suddenly vanished, all of the condensed true essence dissipating into thin air. What? White Demon was shocked. He glared at Yang Yun with hatred blazing in his eyes. "You despicable scum." He wished that he could devour Yang Yun, but an irresistible energy was suppressing him, giving him no chance to defy. At the same time, the rivers of blood in the air that formed a python fell down and swallowed him. Energy violently exploded and a massive wave of blood shot into the sky, forming endless clouds of blood. Finally, all of it rained down. Over 30% of White Demon's meridians shattered. He floated face up in a sea of blood, his face pale and fading. His nose and ears were leaking blood, and his eyes were filled with wavering despair. White Demon smiled. It was pitiful and wretched. "Demon Lord, you didn't trust me. In the end you didn't trust me. In the sea of miracles I was loyal and devoted to you for 100,000 years, and yet you still didn't lift the binding spell in my body. Now, that choice will take my life today. It'll take my life. Yang Yun glanced at White Demon without sympathy. He hadn't used any martial skill just now. All he had done was use his great strength to activate the spell that the ancient devil had left within White Demon. This was the safest and also cruelest method to defeat White Demon. There was not even a chance for him to desperately struggle. To a martial artist, this was the saddest way to die. They possessed supernatural powers, had unwavering confidence in their strength, and yet they didn't even have a chance to fight for their life. In the battle with Lin Ming, you consumed far too much energy and you rushed all the way here without giving yourself a chance to restore your strength. All of that led to you not having any chance to resist this spell. Yang Yun's words were ruthless and indifferent. Before you die, I would like to advise you one last time. In this world, the only one you can trust is yourself. Your lord was not mistaken. The only reason he would be defeated by me is because his destiny is lacking and he was severely wounded by Lin Ming. But as for you, you died in a far too stupid manner. Yang Yun lifted his right hand and grasped the void. An arrow of blood pierced through White Demon's chest and then flew up high into the sky. All of White Demon's blood essence began to be attracted by an invisible force, streaming out from his body. It condensed in the air, forming a blood-red light that constantly sparkled, incomparably brilliant. White Demon watched helplessly as all his blood essence left through his heart and formed a beautiful yet strange scene in the air. The corners of his lips curved up in an ironic smile. He never thought that his end would come like this. Blood continued flowing out from White Demon's body. The Hydra bloodline was extremely tough. In addition, White Demon had once reached the divine transformation realm that existed above the divine sea, making his physical body that much tougher. Even though his heart was ruined and his blood essence sucked out from his body, he still didn't die. Instead, his body withered as more and more blood was pumped out of his body. Finally, all of White Demon's blood essence and vitality were completely sucked out by Yang Yun. Yang Yun shot seals of energy into that mass of blood. Faintly, a blood-soaked phantom hydra appeared in that mass of blood. It was the last struggles of the blood essence and vitality. The blood vitality actually formed a true shape. White Demon's blood essence quality is indeed wonderful. Yang Yun murmured. His hand movements became faster. He wanted to refine the blood vitality form. There were many times when a precious pill was formed and produced a phantom form after leaving the furnace. This was because the medicinal energy was too rich. After a long period of time, it might even develop its own intelligence. Heavenly materials that existed for a long period of time would also possess a medicine spirit. This was the same concept. Although the blood vitality phantom form was from forming a spirit, it didn't have any intelligence, merely survival instincts. As it was covered by Yang Yun's blood energy and began to be slowly refined, it crazily struggled. However, it was ultimately impossible to resist Yang Yun's strength. All of its spiritual energy was sucked out and it began to slowly sag down. Fuse. Yang Yun clutched his hands together and the phantom hydra blood vitality was eventually absorbed by the mass of blood essence, becoming one and turning into a thumb-sized blood pill. With this blood pill, this blood pond will become a blood spring. That is a qualitative leap upwards. It will finally allow me to achieve perfection in my great blood refining art. So long as my great blood refining art reaches perfection, I'll be able to rely on an array formation and sense a person's blood vitality, locking onto them in a range of 1,000,000 miles. When that time comes, Lin Ming, there will be no place left for you to run to. You have the life of an emperor, and your destiny rises like a rainbow. As for me, although I have gathered and accumulated my own destiny for 40 years, my destiny is still inferior to yours, and even your life is tougher than mine. If I fight you, even if I'm stronger than you, I still don't have too great of an assurance to defeat you. But even so, our battle cannot be avoided. I tried to kill you, I had the entire world hunt you, and I even harmed your family. Our enmity will never be resolved. Just the destiny and secrets that you possess leave me with no choice but to slay you. Yang Yun's ambitions and heart were higher than the heavens, but his true life and talent were worthless. The reason he could obtain his current achievements was because he relied on the ancient devil's resources and teachings. In the divine realm, although the ancient devil could be considered having some ability, he wasn't an overlord, much less a great figure. Even if Yang Yun swallowed his memories and reached his boundary in the future, it would be exceedingly hard, nearly impossible to rise anymore. He had to inherit another destiny. This destiny would come from Lin Ming. Since ancient time, if a genius didn't experience lucky chances, they would never have great achievements. But all lucky chances came from betting one's life and struggling until the end. Now, with such an extraordinary and singular lucky chance placed in front of him, even though Yang Yun knew that there was danger, he still had to stake his life on it. Chapter 927. Once again battling the Purple Lion Thunder Source. Chapter 927. Once again battling the Purple Lion Thunder Source. 15 days later, 8,000-mile Black Swamp. As the Skyspill continent's true life-forbidden zone, the 8,000-mile Black Swamp was permanently covered in dark gray clouds. Here existed dangers upon dangers. If a life-destruction powerhouse entered, survival would be perilous with 9 chance of death and only 1 hope of life. Even a weak divine sea powerhouse could perish here if their luck was lacking. At this time, a black-clothed youth appeared in the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. He carried a thick saber in his hands, and his appearance was plain and normal. He looked like someone that could be easily lost within a crowd. This person was Lin Ming. After he used his appearance-changing technique. After forcing White Demon back, Lin Ming had rushed to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Because he had to pass through a number of transmission arrays to arrive here, he chose to use an appearance-changing technique in order to avoid any unnecessary troubles. He didn't go to see Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan first. The giant Leviathan had swam far too deep in the South Sea and was still a long distance away. Moreover, there weren't any transmission arrays in the deep sea lands. Even if Lin Ming flew at full speed towards the giant Leviathan, it would still take him a very long time. Lin Ming couldn't afford the time it would take him to do that. According to Sichu Yaoshi's memories, he had at most 1 year before he had to fight Yang Yun. The battle was inevitable. He was now overflowing with spirit medicines, and his cultivation was also quickly approaching a bottleneck. If he had enough time and was able to single-mindedly go into seclusion, he would be able to cross more stages of life destruction, finally emerging at the 6th or 7th stage of life destruction. Unfortunately, he only had a single year. He had to make full use of this year, thus he came to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp for a single objective. That was the Purple Lion Thunder Source. When Lin Ming was at the late Revolving Core realm, he had entered the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and encountered the Purple Lion Thunder Source. Let alone swallowing it, Lin Ming had almost been the one devoured by it instead. If it weren't for the frightening deterrence of the heretical God Sprout and Argent Whitesword, he might have really died in the 9 Heavens Thunder Dominion. It should be here. Lin Ming followed the route in his memories and arrived underneath the area of the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling. He looked upwards at the sky. "Are you sure?" Demon Shine asked. "About 70%, Lin Ming responded, not daring to have absolute certainty. The space and time within the 8,000-mile Black Swamp was in disarray. Even though Lin Ming had greatly progressed in the concepts of space and time, he couldn't guarantee that he could find the same location he reached in the past. Lin Ming suppressed the aura of the heretical God Sprout and shot into the skies. He broke into a sea of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning flashed in the sky, and arcs of electricity swept through the skies. To the current Lin Ming, this sort of endless thunder was like a mortal bathing in warm water. Not only did he not feel discomfort, but it was rather comfortable and enjoyable. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. Lin Ming passed straight into the Thunder Dominion. The color of thunder constantly changed around him, and also increased in strength. However, Lin Ming seemed unaware of this all. 70 miles, 80 miles, all the way to the 90-mile range of the Thunder Dominion. Here, not only did the color of thunder change, but even its shape changed. The past thunder came in the form of arcs, but the current power of thunder here was fantastical sheets of glimmering light. Purple-white, deep purple, golden red, all of it linked into a single endless stretch of thunder that continued on forever without the slightest sound. It looked like a multicolored mist, a colorful land where immortals dwelled. Beneath this tranquil facade, there was actually a terrifying killing intent hiding. The golden red lightning here had been used by Lin Ming to break through to the first stage of life destruction. If enough of this golden red lightning was gathered, even a divine sea powerhouse would be struck to death. When Lin Ming's cultivation was at the late revolving core, he had been forced to stop here, unable to go any further in. But now, even this fierce and violet golden red lightning was not a threat to Lin Ming. Continue upwards. The 100-mile range Thunder Dominion. In the past, although Lin Ming hadn't dared to step into the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, he had still released a wisp of his perception to investigate the area. The 100-mile Thunder Dominion and the 90-mile Thunder Dominion were two completely different realities. There were numerous large and small thunderballs up here, each of them floating around light stars in the sky. A horrifying power of thunder formed a force field that wrapped around them. The space near these thunderballs was already twisted to shreds, and countless space cracks blanketed the area. Regardless whether space or energy, both were unstable, and even the power of laws was affected. If the 90-mile Thunder Dominion was a land where a divine sea powerhouse who studied thunder attribute cultivation could possibly survive, then the 100-mile Thunder Dominion was a true absolute life-forbidden zone. All who entered here were doomed to die. Even Lin Ming had to be extremely cautious after reaching the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. He didn't dare to rush in. Instead, he used his perception to investigate the area. I wonder just how these islands were formed. The skies of the 100-mile Thunder Dominion were completely different, as if this was an entirely different world altogether. Many islands of various sizes floated in the sky, and each of these islands held a magnetic god tree. These magnetic god trees safely coexisted with the thunderballs that floated in the air. Some of them even had roots that extended into these thunderballs, absorbing their energy. Each and every one of these magnetic god trees were undoubtedly precious treasures. It was just that the last time Lin Ming had come here, he couldn't even approach them, much less move them. A magnetic god tree itself contains a terrifying attack power, and it is also incomparably durable. Cutting them wouldn't be easy at all. Even if the current me wants to investigate these god trees, that is also very dangerous. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then, his thoughts suddenly stirred and a smile curved up his lips. You've come. There is no need to hide, I've already sensed you. Lin Ming's eyes locked onto a direction. Several breaths of time later, the lightning there began to waver like ripples in the water, forming into countless threads of lightning that gathered together, finally forming into a small purple lion. This lion was only 3 feet long, and after forming itself, it looked no different from a real lion. Its body was robust and powerful, and its purple mane was glorious and magnificent. Every hair strand was clearly differentiated, and its amber eyes were bright and watery. It didn't seem as if it were formed from the power of thunder, but rather from a genuine lion. This was the purple lion thunder source. Thunder source, the source of thunder. It was in existence a step above a thunder soul. The lowest level thunder source was at least 10 times more terrifying than a thunder soul. The purple lion thunder source already had an inkling of spiritual intelligence. In truth, it had discovered Lin Ming from the very start. This was because some of its energy emitted from Lin Ming's body. That was the energy of the Twin Life Thunder Crystal. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the Twin Life Thunder Crystal and the Purple Lion Thunder Source were born together. They were from the same body, so the Purple Lion Thunder Source could certainly feel its presence. The Twin Life Thunder Crystal was involved with the evolution of the Purple Lion Thunder Soul. But such an important object had actually been stolen away by this young man in front of it. How could it not hate Lin Ming to the bones? It was only that it could feel Lin Ming's great strength. This young man was already incomparable to several years ago. This caused it to feel a great deal of fear and was also the reason why it didn't immediately appear. Rather, it remained hidden, secretly observing him. Even though Lin Ming was strong, it was impossible for the Purple Lion Thunder Source to give up on the Twin Life Thunder Crystal. It prepared to desperately gamble on a battle and waited for a chance to launch a sneak attack. But it had been discovered by Lin Ming. Your intelligence isn't too bad. Your twin-life thunder crystal has already been absorbed by me. If you want to take it back, your only choice is to devour me. Lin Ming extracted a purple long spear as he spoke. This was a weapon that Jiang Ziji had left in the palace within the extreme violet ring. It was a high-grade heaven-step thunder attribute long spear. It was nothing to someone like Jiang Ziji, but to Lin Ming now, it was actually extremely convenient. To deal with the intangible purple lion thunder source, the heavy and cumbersome great desolate blood halberd wasn't the best choice to do so. Instead, the blood and death energy on the great desolate blood halberd might be restrained by the power of thunder instead. The best weapon for this situation was undoubtedly this purple spear. Submit to me, and travel the world with me. I'll allow you to evolve. Lin Ming pointed his spear towards the purple lion thunder source. An invisible force field erupted from his body. Before now, he had been deliberately suppressing the heretical god Sprout's aura. He was afraid he would startle the purple lion thunder source and cause it to be too afraid to approach him. Now, he no longer needed to do that. The heretical god seed was dual attribute thunder and fire transcendent divine might. With the full eruption of the heretical god seed's aura, it immediately created an immense pressure on the purple lion thunder source. This was a feeling of awe and dread that swelled up within the purple lion thunder source, which seemed as if it had already been etched into its soul from the very time it was born all those hundreds of millions of years ago. It was a feeling that it could never erase. In that moment, a trace of fear and alarm flashed in the purple lion thunder source's eyes. But it immediately forced out all those emotions, replacing them with a burning anger. As a thunder source, it was extremely arrogant and haughty. How could it be willing to surrender to a human and be used however which way? Roar. The purple lion thunder source emitted a heaven-shaking roar, bringing with it the glory of the world. All lightning in the 90-mile thunder dominion, the purple-white, the purple-gold, and the golden-red, all of it was swept up into a massive multicolored vortex. If several dozen arcs of this golden-red lightning gathered together, it'd be enough to threaten the life of a divine sea powerhouse. With so much power of thunder gathered here together, the might could be imagined. A brilliant fighting intent sizzled in Lin Ming's eyes. This purple lion thunder source could obtain increased power from the surroundings in the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion. As it desperately went all out, its strength was terrifying. If Lin Ming wanted to absorb this thunder source, he would need to be exceedingly careful. Otherwise there was a chance he would suffer a backlash and burn away all his meridians, dying in the process. With the support of the massive amount of thunder energy within the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion, the purple lion thunder sources suddenly expanded to a horrifying degree. Its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. It was certainly afraid of the power and pressure from Lin Ming's heretical godseed, but it also desired to possess this power. If it could swallow Lin Ming, its evolution would reach new heights. As these thoughts appeared in the purple lion thunder source's mind, it began to react in a crazed and excited manner. Kyla. The lightning behind the purple lion thunder source twisted into colorful lightning dragons that shot towards Lin Ming. The 5 colored lightning dragons emitted whistling cries, their howls echoing between the heavens and earth like rolling thunderclaps, piercing straight through the world. Lin Ming's eyes were icy cold. He revolved his true essence to the limit and poured his grand mist battle spirit into his purple long spear, thrusting straight towards the light dragons. Kai, Kai, Kai. Purple golden thunder surged, even the misty light within the thunder dominion was split apart. Lin Ming's grand mist battle spirit directly bore the attacks of the 5 colored lightning dragons, withstanding the baptism of thunder. But not only did the grand mist battle spirit not weaken, it instead became increasingly strong. Heavenly demon martial intent, grand mist space. As the lightning dragons roared, an enchanting red lotus slowly bloomed behind Lin Ming. An invisible force field surged outwards, bringing with it an ancient and boundless atmosphere. In an instant, the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion was enshrouded by the grand mist space. The grand mist space was able to smother out nearly all energies and power of laws. Thunder belonged to the class of the 5 main elements. The power of thunder was born after chaos and was exactly one of the laws that was suppressed by the grand mist space. Chapter 928, Swallowing the Thunder Source. Chapter 928, Swallowing the Thunder Source. The Grand Mist space was broad and vast, extending outwards for over 1,000 miles. As the Purple Lion Thunder Source was covered in the Grand Mist space, it suddenly felt its connection to the power of thunder in the world cut off, greatly startling it. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. Lin Ming suddenly shook his long spear and the power of space erupted. A strong destruction twist force dispersed, combining with the elementary Grand Mist energy and spinning itself into a chaos storm. The lightning dragons sent out by the Purple Lion Thunder Source were all swallowed up. With the choking power of the chaos storm combined together with the suppression of thunder laws from the Grand Mist space, the lightning dragons shattered like glass in just several breaths of time. After the lightning dragons shattered, they turned into a pure power of thunder. Lin Ming swept out his purple long spear, swallowing up all of the power of thunder like a thirsty whale. As the Purple Lion Thunder Source saw a massive amount of its own energies being sucked up by Lin Ming, it flew into a violent rage. Roar! With a loud cry, it shot towards Lin Ming. A thunder source was the origin of thunder that was produced over hundreds of millions of years. It symbolized the greatest power of thunder. As it threw its body towards Lin Ming, even the Grand Mist space around it began to tremble. You're truly worthy of being a thunder source. But the more powerful you are, only means the greater the power you bring to me will be. A flash of excitement shone in Lin Ming's eyes. He raised his long spear and lashed it out like a whip. As the spear came smashing down, it contained the compressed energy of the heretical Godsprout as well as the Grand Mist battle spirit. If someone who just entered the late Divine Sea were to withstand this strike, they would be greatly wounded and even their dantian might shatter. Although the inherent energy within the Purple Lion Thunder Source was potent, it didn't have the ability or knowledge of cultivation methods. Even though it held so much energy within itself, it was actually unable to display its full potential. Lin Ming didn't fear the current Purple Lion Thunder Source's main form. What he feared was what would happen after swallowing it, and the terrifying impact to his meridians that the terrifying energy would cause. If his control was lacking in the slightest, all of his meridians would burn to a crisp. Whoosh! The spear came slashing down like a purple arc of light, nearly splitting the void in half. But the Purple Lion Thunder Source suddenly vanished in that moment. A series of purple phantoms appeared in the void like an ethereal dream. Thunder was the fastest of the main elements, and this Purple Lion Thunder Source also had an intangible body. Its speed was nearly unrivaled. You want to compare speed? I also have faith in my own speed. Lin Ming coldly smiled. The Gate of Wonder opened and it merged with the mystic lightning shade and golden rock shattering the void. His body became a blur, splitting into countless fading lights that nearly filled the entire Grand Mist space. Chasing thunder. While using his extreme speed, Lin Ming also poured the power of thunder from the heretical Godsprout into his purple spear and thrust outward. The attack power of chasing thunder wasn't too high. But just in terms of being a concept-based martial skill, it was able to reach the limit of speed. To deal with the intangible Purple Lion Thunder Source, he didn't need an extremely powerful attack. In fact, all he needed was a Thunder Law martial skill attack to damage the Purple Lion Thunder Source to an even greater extent. With so many movement techniques combined with chasing thunder, he overtook the Purple Lion Thunder Source in the blink of an eye. As the Purple Lion Thunder Source saw Lin Ming catch up, its eyes filled with an incredulous disbelief. The reason that it dared to attempt ambushing Lin Ming was mainly because it had to retake the Twin Life Thunder Crystal within Lin Ming's body, and secondly because it believed its own speed was extraordinary and abnormal. It believed that no matter what happened, it could freely come and go as it pleased. It never imagined that Lin Ming's speed would actually surpass its own. The Purple Lion Thunder Source finally began to feel fear. Bang! Lin Ming's spear struck the Purple Lion Thunder Source. Lin Ming didn't feel as if he stabbed into a body, but a violent energy still surged into his meridians, wanting to burn his body. This was the energy of the Purple Lion Thunder Source causing a backlash. If a normal Divine Sea powerhouse were to have such a brutal thunder energy enter their bodies, they would be severely wounded. But this wasn't anything much to Lin Ming. His thoughts touched upon the heretical god Sprout as he revolved the energy in his body, instantly sweeping away the violent thunder energy within him. As for his meridians, his own body had already been tempered by thunder, so he didn't receive any damage at all. The purple lion thunder source was in a miserable state. After its stomach was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear, its main form had been shaken by the power of laws within Lin Ming's chasing thunder, causing a massive portion of its energy to disperse. In this grand mist space, not only was it unable to supplement itself with energy from the thunder dominion, but instead it had to constantly consume energy. Its body suddenly turned much less ethereal and illusory, and its shining eyes began to dim down. If the purple lion thunder source had resembled a real lion in the past, the current purple lion thunder source seemed like a reflection in the water, blurry and unclear. It's injured. Take this chance to cage it. Demonshine's voice sounded out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Without needing Demonshine's advice, Lin Ming already shot out 8 grey marks of energy that turned into thunder symbols and flew into the purple lion thunder source's body. This was the concept of thunder that Lin Ming had perceived through Jiang Ziji's jade slips. The 12 lighting symbols that comprised the mystic lightning shade were also based off a similar principle. But those 12 lighting symbols revolved the power of thunder to stimulate the potential of the body, whereas these 8 thunder symbols utilized the power of thunder to display a sealing effect. As these lighting symbols flew into the purple lion thunder source, the purple lion thunder source felt as if a saber had been thrust into its body, its strength rapidly reducing. It desperately roared out, wanting to use energy to break off all 8 of the thunder symbols, but these thunder symbols were like barbed shackles that chained it down. They deeply dug themselves into its body. The more the purple lion thunder source struggled, the more pain it felt. Awoo! Awoo! The purple lion thunder source sent out pitiful cries. Lin Ming didn't give it the chance to recover. He stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, flashing through space, and appeared right above the purple lion thunder source. Both of Lin Ming's hands grasped the purple long spear. An endless amount of thunder energy swelled into the spear as he brought it crashing down. Puff! The long spear nearly split the purple lion thunder source in half. The fading purple lion thunder was simply unable to dodge. Disregarding the pain that racked its body, it cried out again and again, its roars shaking the heavens and earth. It wanted to shake loose these thunder symbol shackles, but at this moment, it suddenly felt as if it had lost control of all the energy in its body. All of that energy was being rapidly sucked out via Lin Ming's spear. In just several blinks of an eye, the purple lion thunder source's body lost its luster, nearly turning transparent. Its roars were also feeble, lacking the strength He had before. The 8 thunder symbols in its body were like shackles of divine iron, not even allowing it to move in the slightest. The current purple lion thunder source could not ascend into heaven nor escape into the earth. There was no path left for it to go. The Grand Mist space blockade also cut off all of its energy supply. Finally, the purple lion thunder source was overcome by despair. It howled again and again, begging for mercy, but Lin Ming ignored its cries and continued to draw out the energy from its body. Yield to me, otherwise I will destroy your spiritual wisdom and only absorb the source of your energy. Although this is a bit less effective to me, the difference won't be too great. Moreover, if I wipe out your spiritual wisdom and only absorb your energy, the energy would also be much easier for me to control. There are plenty of benefits to doing so. Lin Ming's face was mercilessly indifferent and the energy in his hands became increasingly strong. The purple lion thunder source didn't doubt that at the moment it refused, Lin Ming would really wipe out its spiritual wisdom. After a brief moment of hesitation, the purple lion thunder source finally showed a begging expression. It issued a series of purring awoo cries as its body shrank, finally submitting itself to Lin Ming. He, if you take in this fellow without wiping out its spiritual wisdom, it'll be a bit dangerous. If there is ever a day you are seriously wounded, this fellow might take that chance to revolt. Demon Shine said. He wasn't too approving of Lin Ming's methods. Lin Ming had also thought of this point. He said, if I erase its spiritual wisdom, that'll be the same as erasing the most essential part of the thunder source. Not only will its strength be reduced, but attacks using it will lack that spiritual sense, and it won't be able to evolve in the future either. Moreover, what is more important is that if it submits to me without resistance, it'll be much easier for me to absorb. If I try to absorb such a violent thunder source now, that doesn't have any spiritual wisdom, my meridians might not be able to withstand the immense pressure. I have no idea whether or not I would be successful. Lin Ming didn't fear that the purple lion thunder source would betray him in the future. With his rate of growth, his strength would soon far surpass the purple lion thunder source. And there was also the suppression of the heretical god sprout. Once the purple lion thunder source entered the heretical god sprout, its energy would come under the control of the transcendent divine might. Wasn't betraying him easier said than done? Come in. Lin Ming grasped out his hand and directly grabbed the tiny purple lion thunder source in his hand. In that moment, an energy vortex formed in Lin Ming's hand. All of the thunder origin energy that comprised the purple lion thunder source's body was continuously absorbed by this vortex, constantly flowing into the heretical god sprout, vitalizing the heretical god sprout's leaves and roots. The purple lion thunder source didn't dare to resist. It allowed Lin Ming to draw out all of its energy. At that time, it would only be able to retain its own spiritual wisdom, and most of its energy would be under Lin Ming's control. As Lin Ming absorbed it, the purple lion thunder source became increasingly small. Finally, it shrank to a size even smaller than Lin Ming's palm before it was also sucked into the vortex. Like this, it traveled through Lin Ming's meridians until it reached his dantian. There it saw the heretical god sprout. The sprout didn't contain too formidable a thunder energy, it was only a third of the purple lion thunder source's prime condition. However, the energy it contained was extremely pure and moreover exuded a faint aura of the great Tao laws, causing it to feel fear and alarm as it approached. Compared to this heretical god sprout, all of the essence of thunder that it had ever absorbed in the past was nothing at all. They were on two completely different levels. After discovering this, the purple lion thunder source no longer held any resistance to being absorbed by the heretical god sprout. The key point was that it wasn't able to resist. It obediently allowed itself to be absorbed by the heretical god sprout, completely fusing into the branches and leaves. At that moment, the heretical god sprout also began to gently wiggle around. A young leaf began to bud out from the crown of the sprout, slowly unfurling out from a curled form. The veins of the leaf became gradually clear. This leaf had an incomparably strange appearance. It resembled a small furnace, and on the surface of this furnace was the design of a purple lion. Chapter 929, To Another Level. Chapter 929, To Another Level. The heretical god sprout grew. Lin Ming was overjoyed as he saw the heretical god sprout that had grown by an inch. He could clearly feel that the heretical god sprout's strength increased by a great deal. This would help him to perceive the concepts of thunder and fire to an even higher degree in the future. It was as if there was some divine power assisting him. After he ascended to the divine realm, chances were likely that he would join the ancient Phoenix clan and receive the direction of fairy foam. At that time, with the support of the heretical god sprout, his strength would surely rapidly rise. After the purple lion thunder source was completely absorbed, lightning began to twinkle above the heretical god sprout. Lin Ming closed his eyes and sensed within himself, nodding with satisfaction. The heretical god sprout's control of energy was far better than what he had imagined. After the purple lion thunder source entered the heretical god sprout, most of its energy was absorbed by the heretical god sprout and the control of that energy also fell into Lin Ming's hands. If the purple lion thunder source's spiritual wisdom was a general, then the energy of its body was the army. But now, all military power was held by Lin Ming. This feeling of controlling all was very gratifying. As Lin Ming's strength grew, the chances of the purple lion thunder source betraying him would also become increasingly low. Demon Shine, after absorbing the purple lion thunder source, I feel as if my entire body is flooded with energy. Breaking through to the fifth stage of life destruction shouldn't be difficult. You want to break through to the fifth stage of life destruction? You haven't even entered the fourth stage of life destruction for a full year, and you want to break through to the fifth stage? Your cultivation has been far too fast recently. If you don't suppress this speed, it'll cause your foundation to be shakier and make it harder for you to advance in the future. A general emperor level talent would step into life destruction at 50 years of age. From that point on, they would pass a stage of life destruction every 7 to 8 years, finally reaching a maximum of 6 or 7 stages. But for Lin Ming, he nearly crossed a stage of life destruction every year. In less than 5 years he had crossed 4 stages of life destruction and was about to cross the 5th. Lin Ming's cultivation had risen too quickly, and more importantly, for these last 5 years, Lin Ming hadn't experienced true combat too much. Without tempering himself in the fires of the battlefield, this would cause his comprehension of laws and martial skills to be flawed and imperfect, resulting in further instability within his foundation. Lin Ming said, "I know, but I can still make up for it in the future. As long as I break through to the divine sea realm and calmly cultivate, I'll be able to calm down and solidify my energy. Although it will be a great deal of work, I'll face Yang Yun soon and I must increase my strength as much as possible before then. A year from now, Yang Yun's strength will absolutely surpass White Demon's. With my current cultivation, even if I absorb the Purple Lion Thunder Source, I don't think I'll be able to defeat him." Indeed. Yang Yun is proficient in the concept of time. If he changes the flow of time and seals himself up within a space, he might be able to train for 10 years in this 1 year. I fear he might even break into the Middle Divine Sea. Demon Shine said with a bit of worry. 8 stages of life destruction, breaking into the Middle Divine Sea, as well as Yang Yun's cultivation methods not being too bad to begin with, if all of these factors were combined together, then Lin Ming truly was in a dangerous position. Yang Yun can indeed change the flow of time, but to change the flow of time in an enchantment requires a martial artist to constantly revolve the power of laws to maintain it. If he wishes to put forth his full heart and effort, completely investing in cultivating his supernatural powers, it's actually difficult to maintain the change in time flow to a 10-to-1 degree. A martial artist had to wholeheartedly devote their attention to cultivating. The reason that Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent was so amazing was because it allowed him to eliminate all distractions from his mind. The best condition for cultivation was to remain in a selfless state, free of all distractions. To cultivate in such a manner and also maintain the enchantment was extremely difficult. When Old Man Good Fortune had done so in the past, it was because he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation for thousands of years already. The so-called closed-door seclusion was actually sitting in meditation, self-cultivation his soul, becoming aware of the laws, and tempering his will. It was incomparable to what Yang Yun needed to do. In order to cultivate in a 10:1 time flow enchantment, he would have to have another powerhouse devote themselves to maintaining the revolution of laws. This was the only way in which he would be able to completely invest himself in cultivating. But wasn't it easier said than done to find a powerhouse like that, who would also serve him for so many years? In truth, Lin Ming could accomplish his. With his current understandings into the concept of time, he could also achieve this point to a degree. Although he couldn't change the flow of time to a 10-to-1 ratio, 5-to-1 or even 6-to-1 wasn't a problem. Lin Ming received the Grand Mist Space and flew straight to the cave dwelling that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had opened in the past. This cave dwelling was located on one of the floating islands. But, this floating island was actually not located in the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, but within the 90-mile Thunder Dominion. This was the only floating island within the 90-mile Thunder Dominion. As for the islands in the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, even the Eightfall Thunder Emperor didn't have the ability to approach them. Lin Ming flew into the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling. The plain and simple cave revealed an ancient and timeless atmosphere, no different from the last time that Lin Ming was here. The stone tablet within the cave dwelling stood tall, with the same words engraved on it as before. "If fate will not accommodate my clan, then I shall break the shackles of fate. If the heavens will not accommodate my clan, then I shall go against heaven's will and cut down all immortals." These words contained a thrilling sword intent, causing those who saw it to feel awe in their hearts. As Lin Ming's boundary grew, he could increasingly feel just how powerful the Eightfall Thunder Emperor of the past was. Since ancient times, several unrivaled powerhouses appeared from the Sky Spill continent that have been given the highest under the heavens title. Even amongst all of them, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor was outstanding. The so-called highest under the heavens was someone that had the ability to instantly kill off all other powerhouses from their era. This was not merely defeating them, but killing them. Before the appearance of Yang Yun and White Demon, even Old Man Good Fortune wasn't able to achieve this degree of strength. This was why he was only considered the quasi-strongest under the heavens. Among the several highest under the heavens that had appeared throughout the years, there existed the strong and the weak amongst them. White Demon could only be considered as being on the weaker end. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath and sighed. Even though I absorbed the Purple Lion Thunder Source, I shouldn't be much stronger than him. Defeating him should be easy, killing him is extremely difficult though. If this were in ancient times, I could only be considered the lowest level of the highest under the heaven individuals within the Sky Spill continent. In terms of pure quantity of peerless powerhouses, the Sky Spill continent was far inferior to the Holy Demon continent. Correspondingly, the Holy Demon continent's highest under the heavens was much stronger. And above the Holy Demon continent, there was also the endless sea that existed around the two continents. That boundless area was over 10 times larger than the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent combined. The number of powerhouses that existed there could be imagined. Even such a vast world was an insignificant speck of sand in the 3,000 boundless universes. There were countless worlds and dimensions that were far more powerful than the Sky Spill continent. And beyond all of that, there was the far more terrifying divine realm. As Lin Ming thought of this, he deeply felt that the road he walked upon still had a near infinite distance to go. Becoming the highest under the heavens within the Sky Spill continent wasn't anything special. After his battle with Yang Yun, he brought to completion all of his ties to this world. He would ascend into the divine realm, stepping onto a wider stage and meet even greater challenges. Lin Ming set down an array formation in the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling. With his current understandings into the concept of thunder, he was already able to isolate the ruinous lightning from the 90-mile Thunder Dominion. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was a land filled with great dangers. There would always be some risks if Lin Ming were to cultivate here. When laying down array formations, he did so diligently and meticulously. After a full day passed, Lin Ming fused the laws of the Grand Mist space into the array formations he recalled from the ancient devil's memories, arranging 3 layers of great formations. He sat down on the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's stone bed and took out the 12 Thunder Dao fruits as well as the 20 top-grade Spirit Essence stones from his spatial ring. Of these 12 Thunder Dao fruits, one of them had already been eaten up by Lin Ming, leaving behind only the peel that contained the marks of the mysterious thunder concepts. Up until now, Lin Ming hadn't managed to find the time to thoroughly perceive them. This time, Lin Ming picked up a Thunder Dao fruit and used a dagger to slowly peel off the skin near the stalk, revealing a red fruit flesh that glowed a beautiful red. The fragrance of wine drifted upwards, the aroma sharp and refreshing. It smelled like millennium-aged wine, and the highest quality aged wine at that. Millimeter. This Thunder Dao fruit seems different from the one I ate before. That fruit was cream-colored and white, but this one seems bright red like flesh and blood. The crystalline fruit flesh actually had bright red vessels that ran through it. The intoxicating aroma assaulted his senses, tantalizing and sweet. Lin Ming cut off a piece of the fruit with his dagger and gently touched it with his fingers. It was bouncy and thick. He swallowed it down. As the fruit flesh entered his mouth, it melted without him even needing to chew. The fragrance dissipated down his throat, turning into a refreshing energy that filled his limbs, flowing to his heart, his dantian, and his head. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he was drunk. His mind was dizzy and his arms and legs turned soft. All of his bones loosened, as if he would melt to the ground. The second Thunder Dao fruit had an effect that was completely different from the first. It caused Lin Ming to feel as if he were floating on clouds, light and satisfied. What a strong and strange medicinal efficacy. It seems every Thunder Dao fruit is different. Lin Ming took advantage of the time before the medicinal efficacy of the Thunder Dao fruit faded and began to revolve a divine realm thunder cultivation method that was left behind on one of Jiang Ziji's jade slips, Thunder Sovereign Edict. Within Jiang Ziji's great collection, it was of the few cultivation methods that could be practiced without the electric violet Kirin bloodline. Thunder energy mixed with true essence, circulating around and around again. Lin Ming hadn't entered the ethereal martial intent, But although he was half drunk and half awake and his mind seemed to be blank, his thoughts were incomparably clear. Although his actions were slow, energy crazily swelled up within his body. This strange condition was similar to when a mortal martial artist drank wine to utilize the drunken fist. It was a cultivating state that was superior to the ethereal martial intent, similar to being hypnotized. In this state, there was no fear, no astonishment. In this state, one felt as if they had dug out their full potential and that any impossible matter had become possible. 2 hours. 4 hours. Lin Ming digested the energy from the Thunder Dao fruit. As he was finished absorbing the energy, he would wake up from that strange state and eat another slice of the Thunder Dao fruit's bright red flesh. This fruit flesh contained an extremely great deal of energy. A normal Thunder attribute martial artist would be able to eat no more than 4, maybe 5 slices, otherwise their bodies would burst apart from all the energy. To eat more, they would have to discharge all the excess energy, but doing so was a complete waste. Lin Ming didn't have such a problem. The heretical god sprout had risen to another level and it swallowed up all the energy it was offered. During such a high-intensity training period, Lin Ming's understandings towards the thunder laws became increasingly clear. Light shimmered around his body, brilliant and dazzling, as if he were about to turn into an immortal. And behind Lin Ming, Dao diagrams began to partially reveal themselves, looming over him. They were abstruse and mystical, etched with lines that seemed to contain the most mysterious thunder laws. Chapter 930, Dark Clouds. Chapter 930, Dark Clouds. In a great and empty hall, 15 individuals were sitting around a long table. There were men and women, each one of them had an extremely deep aura, all of them were divine sea powerhouses. Within the Sky Spill continent, there were just over 100 divine sea powerhouses. For the last several hundred years no divine sea powerhouse was born. On the contrary, the old divine sea powerhouses began falling from the skies. Now there were only 90 divine sea powerhouses left. In this grand hall, 1/6 of the remaining divine sea powerhouses were gathered. Sitting around this table, many people had worried and anxious expressions. I wonder just what reason this Yang Yun has to have summoned us here today. At the end of the table, a white-clothed woman was lightly rubbing her forehead, her voice uneasy and filled with doubt. She was the White Clan's fairy Snowgale. In these past years, Yang Yun had become increasingly strong. In particular, he managed to unite the deep-sea race powerhouses of the Fog Sea under his name, and now there were over 20 Emperor-level powerhouses who pledged their lives to him. When this was combined with the deterrence of the 2 top powerhouses in him and White Demon, this made it so that no one dared to resist him. No matter what it is, we should just do it and get it over with. We still have Yang Yun's battle spirit tracing mark on our bodies, we can only erase these marks if the force of our will approaches his. Now, whatever he says is law, how can we possibly defy him? Beside Fairy Snowgale, a blue-clothed middle-aged man hesitantly said. Since ancient times, even if one was the highest under the heavens, they had rarely managed to take complete control of the continent in their hands like Yang Yun. The reason Yang Yun was able to accomplish this was because of his battle spirit. If anyone dared to defy his orders, he would be able to hunt them down across the world. As the blue-clothed man spoke, silence fell over the hall. After half an incense stick of time passed, another person suddenly whispered, their voice faintly trembling, "For the last year, there have been 7 divine sea powerhouses that have gone missing. These 7 people all have a single common characteristic, and that is that they have a divine body or variation bloodline." Just these words caused a chill to creep down everyone's backs. A divine body, variation bloodline, or variation dantian, all of these belonged to geniuses amongst geniuses. Their cultivation was rapid and their chances of reaching the divine sea were much higher than others. So even if there were an exceedingly small number of martial artists that possessed a divine body or variation bloodline, that number wasn't small within the population of divine sea powerhouses. They accounted for around 20% of all divine sea powerhouses. Moreover, these people tended to break into the divine sea realm by themselves, their overall strength was greater than others. In just the last year, 7 of these variation bloodline divine sea powerhouses had gone missing. That meant that nearly half of them had disappeared. Of these people, 3 of them had been determined dead, because their life soul jade slip had shattered. The other 4 didn't leave behind a jade slip, but they had left behind a message and declared that they had either gone into seclusion or were traveling the world to search for immortality. How could these divine sea powerhouses that had lived for thousands of years possibly believe such words? For this sort of matter to suddenly happen, how could someone not be shocked? The divine sea powerhouse that spoke was only casually thinking of this point. They didn't speak any further. But all of the present divine sea powerhouses were wise people who had each gone through their own trials and tribulations. None of them were idiots. It was likely that those 7 people had all died. Underneath the heavens, there were only a few who possessed the power to kill 7 divine sea powerhouses in a year and to leave very few clues as to who had done it. White Demon, Yang Yun, and Old Man Good Fortune qualified to do so. As for Lin Ming, everyone present thought he was a bit worse than Old Man Good Fortune. No one had seen his battle with White Demon. The only ones who had witnessed that battle had been Sichu Yaoshi and the several deep-sea emperor powerhouses that had accompanied White Demon, and all of them were dead. Although everyone thought that Lin Ming's cultivation must have been extraordinary for these past few years, they all thought it was unlikely that his strength would grow to the point of being on par with White Demon or Yang Yun. This wasn't to say that they underestimated Lin Ming. It was just that 3 years was truly too short a time and they didn't know that he had comprehended a transcendent divine might. In truth, if it weren't for the heavenly demon martial intent, Lin Ming really wouldn't have been White Demon's match. Of the 3 people capable of killing 7 divine sea powerhouses in such a manner, Old Man Good Fortune didn't have the motive to slaughter them. The most likely culprits were White Demon and Yang Yun. All 7 of those divine sea powerhouses had a divine body or variation bloodline. This common characteristic resounded in everyone's minds, making them draw some associations and conclusions. For instance, there were some demonic path cultivation methods that could refine the blood essence of variation bloodlines to vitalize one's own body. Yang Yun's demonic atmosphere was enough to blot out the sky. It wouldn't be strange if he used such a cultivation method. Moreover, he was even willing to slay his own great-grandfather. If he could do that, what wouldn't he do? As the martial artists present realized this, they all felt like lambs in a pen, waiting to be slaughtered. Especially the divine sea powerhouses present that had variation bloodlines, their complexions paled. If Yang Yun wished to kill them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Do we just sit here and wait for death? Fairy Snowgale sent out a true essence sound transmission. She only sent out a sound transmission to those people that she trusted most. Within Yang Yun's domain, she wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. A blue-clothed old man responded, "This child Yang Yun, his ambitions are far too great. He has already started to move against us. Once he has enough strength in the future, I fear he'll unite the 4 divine kingdoms. We must band together to oppose him. If the remaining 90-some divine sea powerhouses wholeheartedly join forces, we'll still be able to resist him." Remaining 90-some divine sea powerhouses join forces? A middle-aged man helplessly shook his head. That's easy for you to say. How come you always say such depressing words? Fairy Snowgale slightly frowned. Lin Ming killing Sichu Yaoshi and Patriarch's son indeed isn't much, but don't forget, how could Yang Yun not keep some alternative chess pieces within the trap he set at the Sky Fortune Kingdom? Even though Lin Ming knew it was a trap and he didn't know Yang Yun's true self was waiting there, he still dared to rush in and save others. He even managed to safely escape. This is enough proof that Lin Ming has confidence he can freely escape from Yang Yun and White Demon's hands. It might even be possible that he fought with White Demon. Lin Ming is an unrivaled talent, the likes that we've never seen before. It's impossible to judge his limits with common sense. Fairy Snowgale's speculations were reasonable. Everyone glanced at each other, a faint ember of hope lighting up in their hearts. With Lin Ming reappearing, they could follow Lin Ming and engage Yang Yun in a final battle. Of course, the premise of this was that Lin Ming had the ability to frontally contend with Yang Yun. Even if he was weaker, he needed to at least be able to contend with him. We just need to endure for a few more years. Once Lin Ming has grown enough, We can join together and counterattack Yang Yun. As Fairy Snowgale spoke, she suddenly felt a powerful aura surge over her. Looking up, she could see a tall young man walking into the grand hall. He wore a red robe and a thin red line cut between his eyebrows. His posture was straight, his looks perfect, his skin as clear as jade, and his demonic temperament incomparable. This person was Yang Yun. By just meeting his eyes, Fairy Snowgale felt as if her own soul had become lost, as if he saw through every inch of her body. She even suspected that he listened in on the true essence sound transmissions she sent out. How could he have such terrifying power? Fairy Snowgale's breath was caught in her throat. After not seeing him for over half a year, Yang Yun had become even more unfathomable. It was like he succeeded in practicing some monumentally strong devil arts. The momentum that rolled off of him left her alarmed and horrified. We're done for. Yang Yun's strength has already reached this level. How can anyone still hope to defy him? Despair filled Fairy Snowgale's heart. It wasn't just her, everyone else had similar feelings. All of the confidence they had of relying on Lin Ming to bring down Yang Yun came crashing down like an avalanche. Chapter 931, Inescapable Net. Chapter 931, Inescapable Net. What are you all discussing with True Essence Sound Transmissions? Yang Yun asked with a smile as he glanced over everyone. But his smile actually had a faintly eerie taste. True Essence Sound Transmission? As everyone heard these words, they felt their palms turn sweaty. At that moment, they even felt as if the contents of their discussion was sense. By all reasoning, a true essence sound transmission shouldn't be discovered by others, so when had Yang Yun realized it? Or had he said these words just to fool them? Facing this Yang Yun who seemed to be omniscient, all of them felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Yang Yun's eyes flashed like bolts of lightning. No one dared to meet his gaze. Fairy Snow, you seem to have something to say to me. If you wish to say it out loud, it doesn't matter. Your White Clan has followed my Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom for thousands of years already. You can be considered loyal and devoted. Yang Yun's vision fell onto Fairy Snowgale. Fairy Snowgale suddenly felt suppressed by a deep aura, as if all of her innermost thoughts and feelings were seen through. This feeling caused her heart to waver and a chill crawled down her back. However, Fairy Snowgale was also someone with a strong will and she was a master of her own mood. She took a deep breath, her voice coming out calm, and even as she said, "We haven't been speaking about anything, only waiting here for you." "Oh, is that so?" A smile hung on Yang Yun's lips. No one could understand just what this smile meant. Behind Yang Yun, Sichu Haotian and the other powerhouses of the Azura Divine Kingdom followed. The Azura Divine Kingdom was already like water and fire with Lin Ming. They were destined to submit themselves to Yang Yun so they could resist Lin Ming. Several weeks ago during the battle within the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Azura Divine Kingdom had suffered serious losses. Sichu Haotian's face was dark and dismal as he stood behind Yang Yun. No one knew just what he was thinking at this moment. Yang Yun calmly arrived at the head seat, flicked his red robe, and sat down. "I have called you all here today so that you could all help me with something." As Yang Yun spoke, he flicked his fingers and over a dozen jade slips flew out from his sleeves, each of them landing in the hands of the Divine Sea powerhouses present. Arrange an array formation according to the description in the jade slip. I have prepared the array flags already. All you have to do is pour your energy within it. Everyone took a jade slip, glanced at each other, and then immersed their perception within the jade slip. They discovered that the content of the jade slip was actually a map that encapsulated the entire Sky Spill continent, as well as the South Sea, Fog Sea, North Sea, and Red Sea, and continuing for 60 to 70 million miles outwards. Hundreds of red spots dotted the map, and every red spot was connected to other red spots with red lines. Looking at the entire picture, it formed a massive network that covered the entire continent as well as a great portion of the four seas. This is a transmission array? Yes, it's a transmission array, ultra-long distance transmission arrays that have a distance of 8 million miles each. Together they cover the entire continent. You'll only be responsible for the Sky Spill continent. As for the four seas, I've arranged for others to handle that. There were several hundred transmission arrays and they were also placed very far from each other. If Yang Yun personally went to arrange them then, he would have to expend an incalculable amount of time and effort. If he wanted to arrange these arrays in several months, the only way was to use these divine sea powerhouses to lay them down separately. Yang Yun had killed 7 variation bloodline divine sea powerhouses of the Skyspill continent. He drew out all of their blood vitality and mixed them together with White Demon's Hydra bloodline, finally completing the last step of his great blood refining art. Now, as long as he could cultivate for another half-year, his cultivation method would reach perfection. At that time he would be able to use the aura of Lin Ming's blood vitality and lock down his position within a 1,000,000-mile range. By utilizing these transmission arrays, he would then be able to search the entire continent in a short period of time. There would be nowhere for Lin Ming to hide. Yang Yun took out a set of array flags and divided them between spatial rings that he then tossed out. He coldly said, "There are a total of 316 transmission arrays. All of you only need to lay down 82 of them. The array disks have already been completed. I will give you 2 months to finish this simple task. It's best if all of you be careful and not make a mistake, otherwise I'll have you all pay the price for it." Yang Yun's voice contained a light killing intent, causing the hearts of everyone present to turn cold. Facing the unfathomable Yang Yun, none of them were able to resist. Yang Yun turned away and departed, leaving everyone left behind to look at each other in dread and trepidation. As they held the jade slips in their hands, they tasted despair on their tongues. I have a feeling that all of Yang Yun's actions this time are aimed at Lin Ming. Fairy Snowgale said with a true essence sound transmission. Humans and animals occasionally developed faint premonitions about the future. This feeling was illusory and difficult to put into words, but often it was quite accurate. Especially to martial artists whose cultivations had reached a certain level, their premonitions tended to be more accurate. It is possible that Yang Yun is finally making his move. After staying quiet for nearly 4 years, there is no way he'll allow Lin Ming to freely develop as he wishes any longer. I have no idea what Yang Yun has done these past years, but his strength has soared. Compared to 3 to 4 years ago, his power seems far deeper. I feel a great pressure pushing me to my limit just by looking at him. How could Lin Ming possibly defeat him? Indeed. Lin Ming simply doesn't have enough time. If he had 5 years, no, as long as he had another 3 years, this would be an entirely different situation. An old man shook his head, feeling this entire situation unfortunate. Lin Ming's talent far exceeded Yang Yun's, but Yang Yun wouldn't give him the time to grow up. There's nothing we can do. Anyway, we still have to lay down these transmission arrays, otherwise we'll die even faster. A blue-clothed old man said. He took out an array disc and an array flag from a spatial ring. These array flags were carved with countless complex lines and symbols, and there were also special instructions inscribed in the jade slip on how to set it up. After Yang Yun studied the ancient devil's array formations for all these years and became proficient in the demonic path array formations of the divine realm, it was simple for him to set up a transmission array that could span 8 million miles. At the same time, millions of miles away in the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, Lin Ming was calmly meditating at the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling. Arcs of thunder freely crawled around his body, and behind him 12 complex array diagrams appeared. These array diagrams were formed from the laws of the Great Tao, and there were endless mysteries contained within them. These array diagrams slowly rotated, slowly fusing into Lin Ming's body. A hot, burning feeling emitted outwards. His body seemed to become like a sun as his entire body emitted a radiant light. This is the aura of the Great Tao laws. The Thunder Tao fruits have the tracings of the Great Tao laws fused into them, and these tracings formed these diagrams. These are also fragments of the Great Tao laws. Lin Ming opened his eyes, seeing everything through a haze of purple. He wasn't a stranger to this mystical feeling. When he was at time-worn Phoenix City, he felt something similar when he faced the Chaos Stones, but the feeling wasn't as clear as it was today. This is truly worthy of being a divine fruit bred from the essence of the heavens and earth. The fruit pulp actually has tracings of the great Tao integrated into it. If my cultivation was higher, I would have experienced even more profound feelings from these tracings. Lin Ming mumbled to himself. His body was filled with vitality and overflowed with energy. He continued to meditate and cultivate, absorbing energy and becoming increasingly aware of the great Tao laws. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming's body silently collapsed. First it was his skin, then his muscles, then his meridians, all the way down to his bones and organs. After his physical body broke apart, he turned into an intangible substance. Without noticing it, the calamity of Lin Ming's fifth stage of life destruction appeared. Chapter 932, Post-Celestial Tao Diagram. Chapter 932, Post-Celestial Tao Diagram. The fifth stage of life destruction, shatter and reform the core, carving the form of elementary laws on the surface of the revolving core. As long as one could reach the sixth stage of life destruction and thoroughly condense the laws into their revolving core, they could officially cross life destruction and attempt to break into the divine sea. The highest levels of life destruction were divided into 9 stages. The first 3 stages reformed the spirit body, the second 3 stages reformed the core, and the last 3 stages reformed the divine soul. After crossing 6 stages of life destruction, one could rely on their own strength to reach the divine sea. But the last 3 stages pertained to the future strength of a martial artist and how far they would be able to walk on their path of martial arts. The more formidable a soul was, the more energy it was able to manipulate. The soul was also related to the will, it was the carrier of the battle spirit. If one's soul wasn't powerful, their potential was limited. In the cave dwelling, Lin Ming's physical body had already become a loose fog of flesh and blood. He was slowly tempering himself in the sea of energy. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After half a month passed, within that blood fog, energy and essence began to gather together, forming a revolving core. The process of forming the revolving core was extremely slow. A faint atmosphere of source energy lingered around the revolving core, condensing into a Tao diagram. When source energy naturally evolved, it would also naturally form a Tao diagram. This was the so-called post-celestial Tao diagram. The post-celestial meant that the Tao diagram was naturally formed, whereas pre-celestial meant that it was man-made. When source energy formed a post-celestial Tao diagram, it would contain the inherent great Tao of martial arts principles. This was also the so-called natural laws. Of the many Tao diagrams, the most eye-catching and distinct one was the purple Tao diagram. This Tao diagram was 10 feet wide, and the Tao patterns engraved upon it shone like arcs of light, similar to bolts of thunder. The evolution was complex and enigmatic, containing profound mysteries and truths. This was the Tao diagram of thunder laws. Lin Ming had perceived the thunder attribute jade slip that Jiang Ziji left behind and had also eaten the thunder Tao fruits, grasping all of the great Tao fragments within the fruits. Out of all the laws that Lin Ming comprehended, the thunder laws were far above all others. A close second to the thunder Tao diagram was a round red Tao diagram. This red Tao diagram was 8 feet wide, and the traces that throbbed on its surface were like countless beating flames. This was naturally the fire law's Tao diagram. Lin Ming had the bloodline of the ancient phoenix and also trained for a long period of time at time-worn Phoenix City. He had even meditated on the Chaos Stones. The fire Tao diagram also had unrivaled might. Following that, the space laws and time laws Tao diagrams were far from being as impeccable as the first 2, many of its traces were faint and blurry. Behind that, there was the darkness laws that had just barely managed to form a Tao diagram. There were many sections missing. As for the final wind laws and the concept of vibration, they didn't form Tao diagrams. They condensed 1-inch long square symbols that were eclipsed underneath the dazzling radiance of the 2 great Tao diagrams of thunder and fire. When crossing the 5th stage of life destruction, and during the period when the elementary form of laws were being carved into the surface of the revolving core, if Tao diagrams were to form at this period, then that was an extreme phenomenon. It represented the peak solidity of foundation and also of great achievements in the future. In the boundless universe there were countless martial artists. From body transformation to Hutian, Xiantian, revolving core, life destruction, divine sea, and then slowly continuing upwards to divine transformation, divine lord, holy lord, world king, and finally to reach the boundary of Empyrean. It was unknown how many martial artists had died on the road of martial arts. To nearly all of them, they had taken a world king to be their final goal. Within the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm and also including the countless smaller worlds, there were only a total of 3,000 world kings. Moreover, this number was accumulated over several hundreds of thousands of years. To step onto the throne of a world king, one had to encounter many lucky chances. They had to have a great will, great intelligence, a strong heart of martial arts, heaven-defying talent, the direction of skilled masters, and countless resources stacked upon each other. Only when everything came together would one have a small chance of achieving such a boundary. Lin Ming had now condensed post-celestial Tao diagrams at the 5th stage of life destruction. Although this didn't mean that he would become a world king in the future, this was considered a solid step towards reaching the peak of martial arts. After 3 days passed, all of the Tao diagrams disappeared as they fused into Lin Ming's revolving core crystal nucleus. Lin Ming's body began to slowly form. First his skeleton, then his muscles, blood vessels, meridians, and finally his skin and his hair. Lin Ming sat naked on the stone bed, his body glimmering with a bright light. He could feel that the vigor of his essence, energy, and soul had reached an entirely new level. If he were to fight with White Demon now, he was confident he could easily defeat him, and perhaps even kill him. Just as Lin Ming was thinking about what his next step would be, he suddenly heard an earth-shaking explosion spread through the 9 heavens. Even the island he was on began to tremble because of the sound. The ceiling of the cave began to tremble and release dust and stone powder, as if it would collapse at any time. Millimeter? What's that? Lin Ming was startled. This shouldn't be a thunder source or some other holy object. Just from the momentum and prestige of this sound, if it really were a thunder source, then it was a thunder source on a completely different level from the Purple Lion thunder source. There was no way that Lin Ming was a match for it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ming decided to carefully hide his energy aura. He quietly creeped towards the cave entrance to see what was happening. Bang bang bang. The deafening sound continued. It sounded like chains and rings slapping against each other. This sound seemed able to rupture the heavens and earth. If an ordinary person were to hear this, even their soul would be shattered. Lin Ming held his breath and arrived at the cave entrance. He cautiously released his perception to investigate the situation outside. What he saw caused a chill to crawl up his back and into the skies. Above the 9 heavens, there were actually several hundred thick iron chains that formed a massive web, spreading out in all directions. These iron chains were hundreds of feet thick, and each one was covered with dense layers of symbols. The hundreds of chains formed a faint great array that seemed to separate the world. At this moment, this massive network of chains violently trembled, as if some utterly terrifying existence attempted to break free from the bindings of these chains. Ka. The demonic sounds of the chains colliding with each other caused Lin Ming's mind to shiver. It was like he was listening to the death knell of a grim reaper from the abyss of hell. He discovered that every iron chain was connected to a floating island. These chains penetrated deep into the mountains on the islands, where they were suppressed by the magnetic god trees. Roar! The ancient desolate beast that was locked within the great array of chains suddenly emitted a thunderous cry. The terrifying howl shook the world. As Lin Ming heard this sound, he felt all of his blood tumble as his face turned white. What a terrifying roar! Could there be a god-beast locked within this array formation? Lin Ming remembered the great dragon within the eternal demon abyss that was likely a god-beast. He didn't doubt that if a normal divine sea powerhouse were to face the frontal roar of whatever god-beast this was, their souls would likely be expelled from their body and broken down into nothingness. Lin Ming wanted to ask Demon Shine just what this was, but he sensed that Demon Shine had fallen into the very depths of his spiritual sea and remained absolutely quiet there, impossible to wake up no matter who called to him. This sort of invisible and intangible great roar contained an inherent energy that was extremely damaging to the divine soul. Even though Demon Shine was hidden within Lin Ming's body, He still had to completely seal himself off lest he be grievously wounded by this roar. And at this moment, with the sound of billowing thunder, all of the countless thunder balls that floated around the skies suddenly shot into the magnetic god trees. The several hundred islands and the several hundred magnetic god trees suddenly bloomed with a brilliant purple-gold divine light. Vast and endless thunder energy raced down the chains, turning the chains a radiant purple gold. The roaring god beast seemed to withstand a brutal pain. It emitted a miserable howl as the power behind its voice weakened. It had obviously been injured by the thunder attack of the array formation. From the cave dwelling of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor, Lin Ming was able to clearly see everything that happened. Each thunderball that floated within the 100-mile Thunder Dominion contained an incomparably terrifying power. Even though Lin Ming had reached the 5th stage of life destruction and also had a profound understanding of thunder laws, he still didn't dare to impulsively enter the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. It could be seen how ghastly these thunder balls were. But now, the countless thunder balls gathered together to deliver the sealed god beast a nearly lethal blow. It was hard to imagine just what level of power this attack reached. It was highly likely that this was the work of an Empyrean-level existence. So these hundreds of floating immortal islands were only the base of the Great Chain Array, and those magnetic god trees only served as the focal eye to gather all of the energy. A magnetic god tree of this size would be a treasure even within a large sect of the divine realm, and yet someone used several hundred of them to seal off this god beast existence. Could such a bold tactic be the work of Empyrean Primordius? No, that's wrong. Empyrean Primordius controls the power of chaos. When I passed through the Road of Emperor, I was able to experience the grand mist space that he left behind and even gained a minor understanding towards him. If Empyrean Primordius were the one to arrange this array formation, he should have used the power of chaos as the foundation, not these thunder laws. Could it be that this is an array formation left behind by Empyrean Primordius' enemy? As Lin Ming became aware of this point, he thought it more and more probable. Empyrean Primordius' enemy was definitely also an Empyrean. If they were an Empyrean skilled in thunder laws, creating such a great array was also reasonable. But just what did this great array seal off, and for what reason? Lin Ming's mind raced with thoughts. At this time, the roars that enveloped the skies begun to fade away. Demonshine's weak voice resounded in Lin Ming's mind. This is incredible, seriously incredible. These chains might possibly be the legendary dragon trapping cables. Every link of the chain has a weight that surpasses the great desolate blood halberd. A single dragon trapping cable has 1080 links, and there are several hundred dragon trapping cables here. The weight of them all added together surpasses a small meteor. Could there really be a true dragon trapped within? It might be Empyrean Primordius contract beast that is sealed within. Who knows just what's going on? Lin Ming shook his head. Although this was undoubtedly related to Empyrean Primordius, it wasn't something he could explore with his current boundary. The god beast that was locked away in the skies had stopped roaring, and the dragon trapping cables also vanished into thin air, leaving nothing but the hundreds of immortal islands floating around as they had been before. The only difference was that the thunderballs in the air had become 70% smaller. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred as he saw this. After a brief moment of hesitation, he slowly and carefully made his way towards the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. With Lin Ming's strength, he didn't have the ability to enter the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. But the struggle of the god beast just now had greatly depleted the energy within the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. The thunderballs had all dimmed down, with less than 30% of their energy reserves remaining. Perhaps he would be able to absorb some to give Yang Yun a happy surprise. If he could borrow some of the power of these thunderballs that supported in sealing off a god beast, just what would it be like if it struck Yang Yun? Lin Ming was filled with anticipation. He completely focused his mind on the heretical god sprout and slowly approached the 100-mile Thunder Dominion. The barrier between the 90-mile Thunder Dominion and 100-mile Thunder Dominion simply wasn't able to stop Lin Ming, who was skilled in thunder laws. Lin Ming smoothly arrived at a fist-sized thunderball. Chapter 933, Lin Ming returns. Chapter 933, Lin Ming returns. The fist-sized thunderball appeared serene and listless. But as Lin Ming approached, he could feel the hairs on his body stand up. The energy within the thunderball was too dense, it had formed an energy field around it. This energy field actually caused the nearby space to twist together. As Lin Ming closed in, his heartbeat, his breathing, everything got affected by it. Facing this thunderball, which was likely left behind by an Empyrean rank master, Lin Ming didn't dare to be the least bit sloppy in his actions, even though he had the heretical god sprout supporting him. Although the heretical god force was a potent ability, it wasn't infallible. As for what rank martial arts cultivation method it was, Lin Ming wasn't sure. But no matter how powerful it was, it shouldn't surpass a transcendent divine might rank cultivation method. One could approximate how powerful a transcendent divine might was just from observing the heavenly demon martial intent. The heavenly demon martial intent was only a heavenly demon martial intent, but it was able to instantly kill a divine sea powerhouse and allow Lin Ming to jump ranks to battle. Empyrean rank masters might even possess more than one transcendent divine might. If this thunderball in front of him was formed by a transcendent divine might rank cultivation method, it'd be difficult for Lin Ming's not yet fully grown heretical god sprout to suppress it. Lin Ming's concentration was completely focused on the heretical god sprout. He slowly reached his hand out and began to suck out the thunderball's energy through his fingertip. As this small trace of energy entered his body, Lin Ming felt like a steel needle pierced into his body. Wherever this energy went, he felt like his meridians would burst apart at any moment, unable to withstand the burden. This energy gave of an unbelievably heavy feeling, just like grand mist energy. Thunder energy that was invisible and intangible could actually give off such a heavy feeling. Lin Ming thought this was incredible. Looking up at the large and small thunderballs that floated in the sky, Lin Ming thought they looked like stars in space. This ancient powerhouse was actually able to transform the power of thunder into state-like stars. If it weren't for that sealed god beast trying to free itself from its shackles and greatly weakening the energy within these thunderballs, there would have been no way for me to even absorb one. The supernatural powers of an Empyrean-level character were already far beyond Lin Ming's imagination. Any great array they casually left behind would contain a heaven-shaking grandeur. Lin Ming withstood the pain that racked his meridians and continued to gather the thunder energy, having the heretical god sprout freely absorb it. After absorbing this thunderball, Lin Ming found two similarly sized thunderballs and also absorbed them. Only then was the heretical god sprout completely saturated with energy. Everything was successful. Lin Ming could feel that his own combat strength reached an unprecedented level. He was even looking forward to his battle with Yang Yun so he could test the limits of his own strength. Lin Ming descended from the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion, a straight black line that zoomed towards the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. To the current Lin Ming, the dangers of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp weren't anything much. After a quarter hour, Lin Ming reached the edge of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. A flame suddenly lit up in front of him. This was unexpectedly the light of a sound-transmitting talisman. Sound-transmitting talisman? Is it Duanmu Kun? Or the Forsaken God Clan? Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Within the entire Sky Spill continent, the only ones who could find Lin Ming were Duanmu Kun and the others. When Lin Ming met with Duanmu Kun at the Forsaken God Clan, he had left his sound transmission mark at their dimensional realm so that they could contact each other in the future in order to help lead them back to the Holy Demon Continent. A sound transmission mark could only be used to send a message, it couldn't be used to lock onto Lin Ming's position. He had no fear that his sound transmission mark would be revealed to others. Only Li Yifeng and a few others know of my relations with Duanmu Kun and the others. Moreover, Duanmu Kun tends to keep a low profile. Yang Yun shouldn't be targeting them. But the Forsaken God Clan is different. Everyone under the heavens knows that I have significant ties to the Forsaken God Clan. Even so, Yang Yun shouldn't try to start anything with them. By all reasoning, Lin Ming was only a friend to the Forsaken God Clan. Even if Yang Yun wanted to force out Lin Ming, it was meaningless for him to try something with the Forsaken God Clan. But that didn't guarantee that Yang Yun wouldn't fall into a demented state and release his anger on the Forsaken God Clan. If that happened, There was no way the Forsaken God clan would be able to resist him. After the flame flashed for several breaths of time, it extinguished itself. Lin Ming thought for a moment as he heard the message in the sound-transmitting talisman. Yang Yun is planning on laying down a massive network of transmission arrays through the world to deal with me, and they want me to go to White Cloud Mountain Range to discuss countermeasures with Fairy Snowgale? Could it be a trap? Demon Shine suddenly asked. If Yang Yun has taken control of the Forsaken God clan, then it shouldn't be difficult to find your sound transmission mark. Lin Ming shook his head. It shouldn't be. This message should be sent by Duanmu Kun and Fengshan. In order for me to trust this message, they even added on several matters that occurred in the Eternal Demon Abyss's 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Besides us, no one else should be aware of those matters. It's unlikely that Duanmu Kun and Fengshan would be discovered by Yang Yun. And with their personalities, even if Yang Yun caught them, they wouldn't willingly be controlled by him. Demon Shine nodded. Indeed, this sounded true. Especially that Fengshan. He was an indifferent and proud character, and would rather die than be controlled by others. It seems like the Forsaken God clan is safe. Yang Yun hasn't done anything to them yet. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. If the Forsaken God clan was exterminated because of him, the guilt would weigh heavily on his heart. It might be because of the goddess and Empyrean Primordius. Don't forget, that devil also comes from the Sea of Miracles, and the Forsaken God clan is significantly related to Empyrean Primordius and the goddess. They might even be their descendants. The ancient devil should also be aware of this. Not just that, but the Forsaken God clan also has to bear a mysterious bloodline curse. Even if Empyrean Primordius already perished, the ancient devil wouldn't rashly do anything to the Forsaken God clan. There is always the possibility that he might get himself killed by the curse. Yeah. Whether it was the Eternal Demon Abyss or Forsaken God clan, they both had an inexplicable curse placed on them. An Emperor-level powerhouse that entered the Blood Slaughter Steppes would also be killed by this curse. White Cloud Mountain Range, Fairy Snowgale, let's go. Lin Ming flew straight towards the White Cloud Mountain Range. The truth was that even if this was Yang Yun's trap, Lin Ming wouldn't have been afraid to go. He already knew the level of Yang Yun's array formations. After he combined the ancient devil's knowledge of demonic path array formations with the knowledge of orthodox array formations he knew, his comprehension of array formations far surpassed Yang Yun's. Even if Yang Yun laid down an array formation to trap him, Lin Ming had the ability to break through it. As for a battle, Lin Ming didn't fear that at all. In fact, he was even anticipating it. Millions of miles away in a hidden cave dwelling deep within White Cloud Mountain Range, Fairy Snowgale sat at a jade table, a trace of worry coloring her face. Beside her was a blue-clothed old man and a white-clothed middle-aged man. They were respectively the Shang family's highest elder, Shang Yutian, and the seven-star Divine Kingdom's Divine Emperor, Li Yuxiao. Out of the 4 Divine Kingdoms, Li Yuxiao was the Divine Emperor with the least achievements. He only ruled for a mere 300 years, and his cultivation wasn't too extraordinary either. He had barely stepped into the Middle Divine Sea realm. Compared to an established, older Middle Divine Sea powerhouse like Sichu Haotian, his strength fell short. This was also the reason why the 7-star Divine Kingdom was ranked at the very end of the 4 Divine Kingdoms. The most crucial aspect of a Divine Kingdom's strength was the peak strength of the Divine Kingdom's highest master. In this aspect, the 7-star Divine Kingdom was simply unable to compete with the other 3 Divine Kingdoms. In these past 40 days, we've split up to dozens of places and sent out over 100 sound-transmitting talismans. Yang Yun only gave us a 2-month deadline to complete the transmission array network. We only have 20 days left and we still haven't managed to find Lin Ming. Shang Yutian slowly said, his wizened eyes tinged with nervousness. The sound-transmitting talismans we use can only go 6 million miles at most. If Lin Ming isn't in the scope of this range, we won't be able to find him. Li Yuxiao sighed. The Sky Spill continent was simply too vast. With the 4 Great Seas also added on, even with Lin Ming's sound transmission mark and these sound-transmitting talismans that had a 6 million mile range, wanting to find him was easier said than done. They couldn't do as Yang Yun had done and lay down hundreds of ultra-long-distance transmission arrays in a single go. Moreover, if Lin Ming was trapped in some great array or mystic realm, it was possible the sound-transmitting talisman would be blocked. At this point there is no way to reach him. If we cannot find him, then that is our fate and there isn't anything that can be done. The Forsaken God Clan Patriarch Shabai said from across Li Yuxiao and Fairy Snowgale. Sitting beside Shabai were 3 people, Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xin. There were only 20 days remaining. With every passing day, their hopes of finding Lin Ming became increasingly dim. Producing this sort of ultra-long-distance sound-transmitting talisman wasn't easy at all. Even with the 7-star Divine Kingdom, White Clan, Shang Clan, and many other Holy Land-level family clans joining together, they were only able to gather up 100 some of them. If they wanted to create new sound-transmitting talismans, they simply didn't have enough time to find the raw materials. If they used up all these sound-transmitting talismans, they really had no hope of finding Lin Ming. Shang Yutian frowned. Could it be that Lin Ming doesn't believe us and thinks this is a trap instead? No. Fengshen's words were as precious as gold. He was confident in his belief. I hope that's true. Fairy Snowgale shook her head. Yang Yun's tracing mark was on her and Shang Yutian's body. Although she had used the excuse of arranging a transmission array to come here, she had still taken an enormous risk in doing so. If Yang Yun wasn't closing up in cultivation and secretly hid himself here to ambush them, there was no way they would be able to sense him with their differences in strength. At that time, the results could be imagined. As Fairy Snowgale was lost in worry, her mind suddenly stirred. She could faintly feel the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy restlessly moving as a strong aura suddenly came shrouding down. Someone has come. Everyone's hearts tightened. They swept their perception outwards and could actually see a white-clothed young man gracefully passing over the White Cloud Mountain Range. The White Cloud Mountain Range was hundreds of miles long, and Fairy Snowgale and the others had all chosen an extremely covert location for the cave dwelling. Moreover, there was concealing array formations at the cave entrance. Even so, the white-clothed young man took less than half an incense stick of time to lock in on their position. This white-clothed youth was naturally Lin Ming. Lin Ming swept his divine sense outwards. After he couldn't find any signs of traps or ambushes, he moved directly towards the cave dwelling. To someone like Lin Ming who was proficient in both the demonic and orthodox array formations of the divine realm, seeing through this array formation was a simple matter. Lin Ming has come. Fairy Snowgale's eyes lit up, her heart swelling with joy. What amazing methods! Such a great White Cloud Mountain Range and there is even a concealing array formation, yet he's managed to find our positions so soon. The young are truly worthy of respect. The 7-star Divine Emperor Li Yuxiao acclaimed. To see Lin Ming was to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Just the actions of him discovering their location so easily was enough to startle everyone. Chapter 934, Counterattack. Chapter 934, Counterattack. Lin Ming fell into the cave dwelling. He was dressed in white and spotless. The clothes he wore were formed from countless threads of thunder twined together, unstained by earthly dust. If the cloth tore in battle, it would automatically repair itself. If given to a mortal, they would be invulnerable to attacks, and these clothes would be a priceless treasure passed down through their family. The aura exuding from Lin Ming's body was like the great and vast sea, unfathomable. Little brother Lin, you've finally come. Shabai was filled with emotion upon seeing Lin Ming again after so many years. Lin Ming's strength had already surpassed his. The speed of his growth was unbelievable. Patriarch Shabai. Lin Ming respectfully bowed in the ceremony of a junior to a senior. He didn't pull rank just because his strength surpassed Shabai's. When Lin Ming was younger and far weaker, if it weren't for the protection of the Forsaken God Clan, there would have been no way he would have been able to escape Situ Haotian's clutches. This was the equivalent of a life-saving graciousness, something he would never forget in his life. Haha, little brother Lin doesn't need to be so polite, I'm not sure I can afford it. We've already been waiting for you for quite some time now. Shabai chuckled in an extremely good mood. Beside him, Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, Lan Xin, Fairy Snowgale, and Shang Yutian all greeted Lin Ming. Of these people, Lin Ming had already seen all of them before. Little brother Lin, I'm Li Yuxiao, the ruler of the 7-star Divine Kingdom. The only one Lin Ming hadn't met before was the 7-star Divine Kingdom's Divine Emperor. Li Yuxiao's tone was very pleasant and relaxed, even foregoing his title of Divine Emperor. So it's the 7-star Divine Emperor. Me and Li Yifeng can also be considered good friends. Lin Ming smiled in return. Haha, no need to be humble, we're all family here. Quick, come and sit. We've asked you to come this time because we want to discuss with you a plan on how to deal with Yang Yun. Duanmu Kun's sound-transmitting talisman had only mentioned that Yang Yun was arranging some massive transmission array network to deal with Lin Ming. It hadn't gone into much detail. Lin Ming had an extreme understanding into Yang Yun, giving him a great advantage. That was because he had taken a great portion of the ancient devil's memories. As they said, know yourself, know your enemy, and be invincible in battle. Before, Lin Ming only had to hear Duanmu Kun's message to faintly guess just what Yang Yun was plotting. Okay. Lin Ming nodded. He also wanted to know what Yang Yun had been up to recently to confirm his own thoughts. But let's not speak about Yang Yun's matters first. Fairy Snowgale, Sage Shang, I've discovered that there's a battle spirit mark left in your bodies. What happened? A battle spirit tracing mark was not some profound and mystical tracing technique. Someone with a battle spirit could easily sense it, but it was impossible to erase if one's will was weaker. Hearing Lin Ming's question, Fairy Snowgale and Shang Yutian both bitterly sighed. Of the Divine Sea powerhouses that had entered the Temple of Marvels, the great majority of them had a battle spirit mark left within them by Yang Yun to control them. Those like Li Yuxiao had managed to luckily escape. And to them, even if Yang Yun controlled the entire world, they could still live to a comfortable old age if they were willing to discard everything they had worked for and hide away far away in some deep-sea island. Of course, this wouldn't be a pleasant life. They would have to live forever under Yang Yun. Fairy Snowgale reiterated her knowledge of everything that happened. I have no idea just what fortuitous encounter Yang Yun managed to run into, but his battle spirit has already reached silver perfection. That goes beyond our scope of understanding. Fairy Snowgale sighed. In the Skyspill continent, a silver-level battle spirit was already a legend, and silver perfection was simply unimaginable. The only reason Fairy Snowgale was able to recognize this boundary was because she had heard about it from Old Man Good Fortune. Fairy Snowgale's honorable master White Feng had a very good friendship with Old Man Good Fortune before her passing. As this calamity befell Fairy Snowgale, her first thought was to look for Old Man Good Fortune to help erase the battle spirit mark within her. However, even he was helpless. A perfect silver battle spirit was not something a divine sea powerhouse should possess. According to Senior Good Fortune, there is likely a powerful divine soul that resides within Yang Yun. Perhaps this divine soul might be at the boundary above the divine sea, divine transformation. It might be at the mid or late divine transformation realm, or even surpass that. As Fairy Snowgale spoke, a sense of powerlessness filled her heart. A late divine sea martial artist might have the capital to be the highest under the heavens, or at least be someone close to it. As for what lay beyond the divine sea, such a boundary hadn't appeared in the Skyspill continent in the last 100,000 years. If it weren't for Old Man Good Fortune informing her of this, she would have never known about divine transformation. Lin Ming nodded. Old Man Good Fortune was indeed experienced and insightful. Although he didn't have much talent for cultivation, he stayed in the divine realm for many years and his horizons couldn't be compared to a martial artist from the lower realms. He had been able to gather all the various clues and hints and come to this conclusion about Yang Yun. Lin Ming said, Yang Yun really does have a perfect silver battle spirit, but this battle spirit originates from a devil that came from the Sea of Miracles. That devil is temporarily residing within Yang Yun. During the Temple of Marvels, this devil once tried to possess my body, and it depended on a perfect silver battle spirit back then. Everyone was startled by Lin Ming's words. Li Yuxiao said, boggled, it wanted to possess your body. Then how did you? Li Yuxiao looked at Lin Ming with disbelief, clearly wondering just how Lin Ming managed to escape the clutches of the ancient devil. During the Temple of Marvels, Lin Ming's strength was only on par with the weakest Divine Sea powerhouse. I had some fortunate encounters and managed to escape with luck, Lin Ming casually said. Everyone could hear that Lin Ming didn't want to speak further about the topic, so they didn't push him on it. Lin Ming said, "A perfect silver battle spirit is truly formidable, but that ancient devil has already been sealed away in the Sea of Miracles for the last 100,000 years. His soul has weakened, and his battle spirit should no longer be as strong as a true perfect silver battle spirit. Moreover, my own battle spirit has a special quality to it, so it won't be difficult for me to erase the tracing mark from your body." Lin Ming stretched out his finger and a grey energy lingered on his fingertip, slowly spinning. This was his Grand Mist battle spirit. Lin Ming's battle spirit had reached the peak of silver large success, and although its rank was slightly inferior to silver perfection, it had been tempered in Grand Mist energy for a long period of time and it was superior in quality to the ancient devil's battle spirit. "You can erase the battle spirit mark left behind by Yang Yun?" Fairy Snow Gale and Shang Yutian were ecstatic to hear Lin Ming say that, and some others even glanced at him incredulously. Although they knew that Lin Ming's battle spirit was strong, they never imagined that he could possess a perfect battle spirit at the 5th stage of life destruction. It was something someone at the late divine transformation might not even have. The battle spirit mark that Yang Yun had placed within them was like a curse that hung over their heads. They had to be constantly careful, not daring to disobey Yang Yun's orders in the least, lest they draw his wrath. A Divine Sea Supreme Elder could live from 4,000 years all the way up to 10,000 years. In this world, they stood at the highest stage of power with everything at their fingertips. They freely wandered the world, proud and arrogant. Which one of them would possibly be willing to be slaves to others and have to spend every waking moment in fear and unease? Upon hearing that Lin Ming could erase the battle spirit tracing mark in their bodies, Fairy Snowgale and Shang Yutian were especially excited. Lin Ming sent out a bit of his perception to investigate the tracing mark in their bodies. Indeed, it was a perfect silver battle spirit. He hesitated for a moment, thinking, during the Temple of Marvels, the ancient devil abandoned 2/3 of his soul to escape from the magic cube, but now it looks like the ancient devil didn't discard the important part of his soul, the true core of his being was kept behind. Otherwise, his battle spirit would be like that old imp from the blood slaughter steps and it would have dropped a few small boundaries. Reaching out his hand, a grey energy sunk into Fairy Snowgale's body, flowing within her and wrapping around the battle spirit mark that Yang Yun left behind. "Little brother Lin, if you remove these 2 battle spirit marks then Yang Yun will immediately know," Shang Yutian cautioned. Although he eagerly wished to rid the shadow of this tracing mark from his body, he also didn't want to alert the enemy. Lin Ming said, "If he knows, he knows. I already have a general idea of what Yang Yun is doing to deal with me. He is practicing a type of devil arts, but he still hasn't completed it. Brother Duanmu, didn't you say that there was nearly a month before the transmission array network has to be completed?" "Yes." Duanmu-kun nodded. "Yang Yun gave us 2 months. We now have 20 days left. With several hundred array formations, wanting to lay them all down without fault is nearly impossible. These array formations must be tested and the faults must be fixed. That should take several more months to complete. Yang Yun is a very intelligent man with clever methods, the type that can even obtain oil from sand. How can he possibly give me the time to cultivate? I'm guessing that he's practicing some demonic path cultivation method and it'll be several more months until he reaches large success. At that time, he might even break through to the middle divine sea in a single go. When his cultivation reaches large success and his strength rises to another level, those hundreds of array formations should finally be fixed and ready to go. He probably thinks that day will also be my last day." Lin Ming was able to guess Yang Yun's plans after thinking about it. Of course, he naturally relied on the memories of the ancient devil to do so. Demonic path cultivation method? Shang Yutian seemed to come to a realization. No wonder. The last time I saw Yang Yun, His aura was much deeper and the atmosphere around him had become demonic with blood energy exuding from him. It's completely different from the elegant and untouchable atmosphere that he had in the past. Oh, then it should be the great blood refining art. Lin Ming confirmed his own thoughts. The ancient devil knew a great number of cultivation methods, but the one that suited the early divine Si Yang Yun the most and could rapidly increase his strength was the great blood refining art. Moreover, and most importantly, after perfecting the great blood refining art, he could lock onto a person's blood vitality and locate anyone within 1,000,000 miles. This was the ideal method for Yang Yun to hunt him down. Great blood refining art. Everything is becoming clear now. That's why when Yang Yun killed Yang Laroshan and Uyehua, he drew out all of their blood essence. So it was all in order to cultivate his martial arts. There's also those 7 variation bloodline divine C powerhouses that VE gone missing in the past year. They were likely killed by Yang Yun to help his cultivation. Fairy Snowgale was a smart woman. Just by hearing the name of the great blood refining art, she was able to deduce what sort of cultivation method it was. Within the demonic path cultivation methods, types that used blood essence to cultivate were extremely common. He killed Yang Laroshan, Uyehua, and 7 variation bloodline divine C powerhouse. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. He never thought that the 9 furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle, 2 characters that had lorded over the sky spill continent, would actually die in such a manner and be used as Yang Yun's tonic. The twists and turns of life were truly unpredictable. Little brother Lin, since you know about the great blood refining art, that makes things easier. How about you use these next few months and flee deep into the South Sea beyond the range of the transmission arrays? You can cultivate for 8 to 10 years and then return to kill Yang Yun. Li Yuxiao laughed, all smiles. The unknown was scary. Now that he knew just what Yang Yun was and what he was doing, he wasn't really afraid anymore. Flee? Lin Ming faintly smiled. Why would I run away? Yang Yun's devil arts haven't been completed yet, so wouldn't this be the best time to kill him? Lin Ming's voice contained a light killing intent, causing all of the people present to be startled. They speechlessly stared at him. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.